crunchy intro. As all, seriously, I've been messing with that. I don't know why it's doing that. I might have to just re-render the whole thing. Anyway, hello everybody. Welcome to the next episode of the Let's Play. This is 2.4, A Dreams of Ice, and for the first time, I would say, I feel like we can see the end. Kind of. Because, of course, this all ends with 2.5. So, you know, this is, in theory, the penultimate patch. What you might like to know, though, is 2.5 was split in half. So it will be 2 episodes. So we're not really at the end. And then also there's the fact that there's 4 side stories going on. There's the Bahamut story. There's the Crystal Tower with the outlandish man. There's the Delivery Moogle story. And there's the Hildebrand story. 4 massive side quests, which we'll be dealing with, I suppose. Not to mention all the dungeons that are coming in with. It's crazy. All right, let's jump in. I was very tempted here, actually, to log in and have a little bit of a look at Macon and see if maybe he's got his house. I don't know why, but I feel really confident about that lottery, and I probably shouldn't. You know, probably a bunch more people have entered now, and I'm down to like a 10% chance or something, and it's probably not going to happen. But I actually, to tell you the truth, don't know whether the entry period is over yet, and it would be a bit of a dud for us to be messing around character swapping, trying to see that, and then, you know, just to come back. So next episode, we'll look and see what's happened with the house, because for sure by that point, I think we'll be in the results period rather than the entry period. But yeah, big release today, guys. Really fun one for the game, and one of the big reasons for that is because in addition to this release, Square actually announced the next expansion as well. Now, I don't know the exact... I just asked on Discord. Let me tab over and see. So... the patch was on the 28th of October. Okay. Right, so about 10 days ago, there was a big event called the Fan Fest. And, well, okay, there were 2 of them. There was one in Las Vegas and there was one in London. I guess they did them in 2 different places. So remember when Heart of Thorns got announced with Guild Wars? They had that big thing where they rented the theatre out, they were on stage, they got a crowd of nerds in there. You know, there was that doughy-looking guy that said, "Endgame that doesn't suck," and all that, right? So Final Fantasy did a similar thing. They went really extra with it. I don't know if this was the first ever Fan Fest. Maybe not. They might have done Fan Fest leading into A Realm Reborn. God, there's Halloween as well. Jesus, I could do. Or whether that, you know, maybe even with 1.0 they were doing Fan Fests. They might have done one last year as well, though. I don't know what they would have really been talking about. But there was this big stage event, and on it they announced the next X-Pack. Okay. Which is pretty far out, to be honest. You know, 2.4 was only just releasing. Then there's 2.5, then 2.55, and each one's, you know, like a quarter. So here, I'll just throw you up the images. And let's get a little bit of a lay of the land here. So today's release is this. It's called Dreams of Ice. I honestly thought it was called A Dream of Ice, but I like Dreams of Ice. It's fine. You know, it says this lady here. And we heard a little bit about this Lady Iceheart in the previous patch. So they've introduced Kurthus a little bit into the story at the end of 2.3. There was a little bit, right? Well, this patch is going to have a lot more Kurthus, and tied with that was the Fan Fest, which announced the first expansion is in Kurthus. So it was all getting very icy around now, all of a sudden. Here's the full-sized art. You know, I'd love to have these as, like, posters. I bet someone does. There's one for every patch that they've ever done in the game, right? I think the art style changes a little bit later, maybe? But damn, imagine you have a whole wall just with each of these. Imagine having them in light boxes as well. Do you guys remember I told you my my embarrassing light box story of wasting a bunch of money on Amazon trying to buy some, and then they never came, and I never followed up on it. Ah, terrible stuff. So yeah, Dream of Ice, this is where we are. Now, the date. Let's have a look real quick at the Guild Wars... the release timeline, which is FF versus Guild Wars here. So, it's a little bit expanded this time to include another column, which is the Heaven's Ward announcement column on the far right. So you can see that the previous patch was in July, and we're now in October. So where we are really is we're about a year on from the release of the game. The game came out in August, September, October. We're just over a year on, okay, from 2.0 is what I mean, to be clear. So 2.0 is about a year old now. They've had releases every quarter. As you can see, this is the 4th one year. And with that, they announced the expansion. So, I mean, it feels blindingly fast to me. Almost as blindingly fast as, you know, essentially releasing a full new game with 2.0, right? Like, they took 1.0 off, and they made all that stuff for Realm Reborn, and they did that in just, like, 9 months. So, there is an expansion. It comes with a bunch of features, like flying mounts got announced, and that there were going to be, like, airships you could fly, which basically just mounts, which is a bit of a cop-out, really. They announced a new class is coming to the game called the Dark Knight, and it was going to be a tank. And they revealed that there's going to be another mysterious one, though didn't really do much with it at the FanFest. The FanFest itself, by the way, was insane. So I've seen the Guild Wars one, obviously. This one was crazy. Look at it. This is Yoshi P. He came out, so famously he plays as a black mage in-game, I guess, or used to. I think he's a Pictomancer now. But, like, there's clips of him raiding on it and stuff. And people are always really impressed with the fact that he plays the game and clearly really cares about the game and stuff. And I don't know, I feel like ArenaNet have done that too. I remember the director during the Icebrood Saga. He was always in-game. Always. I had him on my friends list. He was always playing. Like, but, you know, people love this about Yoshi P, that he really understands the game. He plays a lot of it. He's famously a black mage. So he actually came out in full black mage cosplay. Look at that. And it's really good. This is obviously just a crappy screenshot I took, but you guys can check it out. There's a link to the FanFest on the spreadsheet, which is in the Final Fantasy channel on Discord. Yeah, absolutely crazy. Here's another shot of it. Here's them announcing the Dark Knight on stage. It's funny to look at on YouTube. I was just watching it just now. You know, there's a comment on there. Someone's like, wow, look at how small this is. Barely anyone's in the crowd. Which is funny, because it's about the same size crowd as the Heart of Thorns crowd. It really is. But they're like, oh, no, look, nobody's watching this. Then compare it to the later FanFest. The FanFest in 2015, 16, 17. How insane those are. Like, I don't know, did they end up hiring out stadiums or some shit? But, because, you know, the story started genuinely getting good. And it's funny, you know, through this whole LP, we've been doing our best to look at it and play it. But it's still not that great, right? And so the crowd was kind of small. You really see it kicking up after Heavensward and Co. comes out. But, yeah, this was all a week before this patch. So people came into this with very significant enthusiasm. Let's come back to our timeline here. What was going on with Guild Wars at the time? Was there a Heart of Thorns announcement yet? No. Actually not. In fact, there wasn't going to be a Heart of Thorns announcement for ages. Remember, Guild Wars has got a whole extra year that it's been releasing stuff. So quite often when we've looked at this, it's been like one Guild Wars thing, you know, which has broken into lots of little patches, but... like the Tower of Nightmares or the Battle for Alliance Arch, and not much else. And then, you know, just these giga Final Fantasy patches. This time it's really interesting. So at the top, you can see in July there was 2.3. That was last episode. Now we're on 2.4. The same tip period apart. It's every quarter, over and over and over again for this game. Look at Guild Wars this time. This is basically all of Season 2. This is them going mad on Season 2 now, and it just goes to show, like, there's this whole consistency thing. You know, you follow modern conversation about Guild Wars 2, about release paces and cadences and stuff. It's always about, oh, we need to get things consistent. And you might be wondering, is that really important? Does that really matter? Well, look at it here. You can see now. This is what Guild Wars 2 used to be like. It was, like, not really much going on, and then they exploded out Season 2, and then not much going on, and then they explode out a bunch of other stuff, and then not... much like my video creation, to be honest, before this year. Or for a little dip in there, really, let's say. So, yeah, you get all of Season 2 here. I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? I think almost all of Season 2. I think there were a couple of episodes just before this. All of Season 2, I should say, around the 2.4 era. Let's put it that way. From 2.2 to 2.3. But, of course, Guild Wars didn't have an official expansion announcement. In hindsight, we also know that Season 2 was actually building to an expansion. It was building to Heart of Thorns, and they knew where they were going. But the community was none the wiser on that at the time. And so there was still this vague... You got to understand, what people really didn't like about Season 1 and what they really didn't like about the Icebrood Saga is even if they were good, and Season 1 ultimately did become good, and Icebrood Saga came out of the gates really good. What people didn't like about these areas of the game was the sense that that was it, that there was no X-Pack. People don't really like feeling that way. That there's not a big hallmark moment, a landmark, You know, and I guess what ArenaNet were doing was they didn't want to do that because they wanted their next big landmark to be a totally new game, probably. You know, another MMO of some kind or whatever. But the community wasn't really accepting it, and that's what felt bad during these eras. You know, it was like, well, where's this leading? This is it? Is this patch so good that I'll accept this forever? A lot of people, when they play these patches, there's kind of a tacit understanding that, oh, I'll have something really big and meaty to be hyped about later. This is just to tide me over. And ArenaNet were trying to say, no, this is it. Look how amazing this is with Season 1. And to an extent here in Season 2 as well. So, you know, I think the big story here, really, is there's no Heart of Thorns announcement. Final Fantasy not only had these big, consistent releases out of the fucking gate, but they had a full expansion announcement just 1 year on, which is just amazing, really. Meanwhile, the Guild Wars players had to wait a long time. You'll see that by the time we get to 2.5, it's January again. January! So that's another year and a half, you know, from the 2.0 launch. And we will get to their Heart of Thorns announcement way down the line. So, yeah, anyway, so people have come into this having watched the trailer and stuff. I could, therefore, show you all the trailer now for the first expansion. I'm not going to. I'm going to hold that off for the end of the series because I think it fits better there. Also, I think you get a mini trailer here and then they do another recut of it, a bigger cut later. So what came in with 2.5? Let's get the show on the road, shall we? Well, sorry, 2.4 I should say. It's a big release. So the main story, Dreams of Ice. Now all of these have been 19 quests, all of them. But usually they came and got culled down around Shadowbringers to like 14 quests or less. In fact, one of them got culled to just 10, which was amazing. Okay, this one got culled from a whopping 19 all the way down to 18. They just one quest. I wonder what that one quest was. I suppose I could look it up on Wiki. One quest. So, by the way, this whole thing of the big culling of the quests and stuff in Shadowbringers, really, it was these post patches that got culled more than I think the base ARR. Like, Jesus Christ. Though, again, people have told me the objectives in base ARR kind of got culled. Anyway, my God, look at this. One quest. So this is going to be a big one, guys. We got 18 to do. Now, of course, it's impossible to predict. We had a thing in the last episode where, you know, someone left a snarky comment on the last episode. Said, oh, you know, as if I was being an idiot for expecting it to be too long, even though it was because we did a trial in the middle. No. The reason that last quest was weird and it was strange for me to experience it being so long was because the way that last episode was structured, last patch was structured, was you do, like, the first 11 quests in the first hour, right? We did all 11, and then it was the trial, and for me, from my perspective, you guys couldn't see this watching the video, but on my other monitor, I could see the amount of quests that we had, and it was only a couple of quests, so I was thinking, oh yeah, we'll be done in about an hour or so, and then it stretched on for like 3 hours, because those quests were massive. So when I was saying, why is this patch so long, I was talking about those last quests being really meaty. So again, it's unpredictable. This is 18 today. Who knows? Are they 18 short ones? Are they 18 long ones? I couldn't tell you. I will tell you that the cutscenes start getting very long. There's a cutscene that takes about 40 minutes to watch in 2.55. 40 minutes. I'm not joking. And then there's another one after it, which is another like 20 minutes. All in the patch. All setting up the expansion. So yeah, anyway, I'm a little bit premature on that. So, we got 18 quests to play here. Then there was Hildebrand continuing. There was the Delivery Moogle continuing. There are the 3 dungeons. Snowcloak is totally new and integrated into the main story this time, by the way. Plus 2 hard mode dungeons. Then there are the trials. That's the final primal there. The Akka, Afar Amphitheater. There's also another trial related to Hildebrand. That features Typhoon and Ultros, by the way. And in fact, I've got a little screenshot for you all here. Oh, I thought I took a screen. What? Really? I so took a screenshot. I'm sure I did. Hold on here. I'm getting it. I'm going to the promo page. I want to show it to you all. That's mad. What happened there? Oh, God. Oh, here it is. Yeah, because I've realised, guys, I could have been going to the official pages about these. They're not as good as the Guild Wars ones. Oh, I did take it. I just didn't move it into the right folder. Here, the Dragon's Neck. Look, Typhon and Ultros. If you just watched my Final Fantasy VI Let's Play, you'll be familiar with these two. And they were actually, so there's a bit of an anthology thing going on. That's in the Hildebrand story, which we obviously don't have to worry about too much right now. But that was going on here, and that's what the dragon's neck is referring to. So let me just scroll back here. What else have we got? Well, here's their description of the main thing. Remember how each episode I've given you like a little lore description? I've been doing a little screenshot from the wiki of it. It's this, right? The aches of the realm never cease. I probably could have done it on this. Oh my god, the Limsa music really kicked in there, didn't it? The aches of the realm never cease, and Alphinaud, scion of the Seventh Dawn, has founded the Crystal Braves in a bid to grant her succor. In their tireless efforts to protect Eorzea and her peoples, the Warriors of Light now aid this fledgling company in uncovering a plot that could otherwise bring the realm to its knees. What dark forces stir in the shadows of Eorzea? So that's like their main website, and I suppose we can be showing that. So yeah, you got the 3 dungeons, the trials, but then of course, I mean, look at this here. A new job and a new class, which kind of, you know, it's the same thing really. We can now collect Rogue in Limsa Lominsa, and we could level a ninja. Now, at least a couple of you guys have been desperate to see me do that. That's another class story. It would be kind of cool, because we do not have... Oh, we do have a melee DPS. We have Lancer. But we never really leveled it. We basically don't have a melee DPS on Tremor right now. So it might be pretty cool. What I will say is, considering this patch looks to be epic in scale anyway, I'm not going to weave Rogue and Ninja in yet. That said, again, my view on this Let's Play has changed a little bit. At first I was thinking rush, 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 rush. Now I'm thinking let's chill and let's just cover this game, right? So you might see a bonus episode on those. But yeah, this is the equivalent of a Living World patch that added a full new goddamn class to the game. Over with Guild Wars, right, it's easy to say that it's worse because it never did something like that. I think that's short-sighted. One thing I will say, right, is with Guild Wars, around Season 2, they rebuilt Lion's Arch, and moving into Heart of Thorns, they gave us the base specialization system, which had, like, hundreds of trait changes and skill and balance tweaks. It was an epic patch. Massive. Easily on the level of a new class. So, you know, I think it's just that Guild Wars had different ideas. I think where Guild Wars could have been very simple and just expanded classes and added new skills and stuff, they went for something very, very big. They went for the whole specializations idea and elite specializations on top, which was incredible and was a big deal with Heart of Thorns. They managed to get another wave out with POF, and then it sort of stalled for a long time up to EOD, and then they've basically abandoned it. So, you know, there are different ways in which we can credit and discredit the elite specialization system. What I will say for Final Fantasy, again, though, is consistency. They just keep adding new classes, and they're fun to level, and the way that, like, you start from level 0 on each one of them, and there's not, like, level 80 boosters everywhere and all this kind of shit. It feels really meaningful, you know? I really like the way Final Fantasy does it, I have to say. You get new classes, even your existing classes get like fancy new animations and skills. They don't change in a fundamental way, and I don't expect them to or want them to. But you always get some fun new toys to play with as you get another 10 levels each expansion, and new classes are coming in. And here, this might be a bit of a weird conversation that feels like it's jumping the gun since we haven't got to an expansion yet. But I think that the fact that Final Fantasy managed to get a full new class in here shows what way the wind was blowing. And you got to remember, Final Fantasy combat is very tightly tuned and is expertly made, but is also very simple. Guild Wars is like very chaotic, so you know, Square Enix can add classes much, much easier. Guild Wars always went so big, so ambitious, so wild, and it made continued development extremely hard over the years. This game has ludicrously simple fundamentals and ludicrously restrictive server tick rate and shit like that, and it allowed them to play around a lot. That's what I'd say. Oh my god, this Limsa song is amazing. So there you go, there's a whole class here. It's crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy. It's crazy, baby. Oh my god, look, we're getting some members here. Oh my god, we're getting loads of... Oh, guys. Holy fuck. Anve with the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Lonya with 25 euros. Thank you. Banjo with 5 gift subs. What's going on? Nightly Winner with 10? Someone just took it upon themselves to become a member, which is amazing as well. Thank you, Darrican. And John Sellers coming in. Guys, what the fuck? I haven't experienced anything like that for a long time. Thank you. John is not getting outdone. Thank you, guys. Oh, my lords. Dude, wow. Wow, good luck to everyone who got here early. I said it at the start of last episode. If you get here early, you'll probably get a membership from John. That's mad. Thank you. Honestly, guys. Wow. Holy fuck. Feels meaningful. Meanwhile, WP, Road to 90 goes, but yeah, even, okay, the Road to 90 has made it quicker. But even with that, it's the Road to 90. You still have, like, how many classes are there in this game? There's at least 10, all right? I think there's maybe 15 to 20, right? If you, all of those represent lots of roulettes and co-op content as you're logging in, as you go from 90 to 100, right? There's just a huge diaspora of different things that you can do. And I do think it feels meaningful. This is one of those things I'll openly accept that Guild Wars, there is a bit of a Guild Wars bias here. Guild Wars for me is like, I have literally thousands of free instant level ups, uncapped, in my bank from playing a bit of PvP and World vs. World. Okay, a lot of PvP and World vs. World. But my point is, I don't need thousands of those, do I? I only need a couple of hundred, and they're very, very easy to get. Dailies give you just obscene amounts of, like, tomes, and I don't know, I feel like, look, it all comes back to ArenaNet became the enemies of progression. That's what it came down to. The anti-grind philosophy morphed into this monster that went far beyond its purview. And they said, okay, we're not going to do masteries, character bound. Character bound masteries would have produced this kind of experience that we get with Final Fantasy. It would have. They would have been the additional combat capabilities that you can do on each character or whatever. Each class being a character there. But they made them account bound. They've never been scared to sell level ups. They've never been scared to speed leveling up. They've never been afraid. It's like they don't like level 120. And it comes back to Guild Wars 1 in that way as well, where they only had the 20 levels, you know. And they found classic MMO leveling tedious. And it was tedious, and it was a fake thing in classic MMOs. It was just a grab to keep you playing. But I think what ArenaNet forgot somewhere along the way, or just not forgot, alright, they just don't believe in, is that progression can be fun, you know. Like, I'll boot up Terraria once a year, and I won't start at the end of Terraria. I'll start at the beginning of Terraria, so I can level up, I can feel myself growing in strength, so I can get new skills and new weapons and new upgrades, and I can feel getting... That's a part of the RPG experience, the feeling of getting more powerful. There is a quality, there is a fun to that ArenaNet just completely forgot about. No, not forgot. They've decided they don't like that. And so that drives a huge amount of what Guild Wars is. And it's left us in this place where what little progression there is, everyone views cynically, like Ascended Armor. You know, Ascended Armor is the tiniest little stat boost, but because it's slightly harder than the other stuff. You know, we were talking about Ascended gear versus, you know, Tomestones the other day. And it's like, I didn't even mention, you know, you can go to Bitterfrost Frontier and in like a day have all your right side, get everything done, which is the most stats possible. Anyway, no, this is a big patch. I can't get into one of these massive sprawling conversations again here. Anyway, it's just, it's cool to see. Look, a class came in. People were paying a sub for this, and I think they were getting quality out of it. Don't forget as well, you know, it's not just 2.5, it's 2.5, 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, they slowly trickled certain elements of this out. I doubt Rogue and Ninja came at the very beginning of the patch series. Also, last of all, at the very end of the patch series 2.45, there was the Ceremony of Eternal Bonding. What is that? That's getting married in-game. It gives you another... I don't know, what does it give? It gives you an XP boost, right? But only while you're playing with your spouse or something? I don't know. I've never done it. I don't even know where you go to do it. But weddings came out here. Oh, sorry. And so this is a bit of a lighter patch, let's say. I mean, it has a class. For system updates and whatnot, it was much more light here. Nothing exciting at all. The duty finder, now selected duties get displayed at the bottom of the window. Is that true? I don't... Oh, yeah, they do. This thing down here. Failure to accept a duty 3 times in a day locks you out because of people trolling it. Housing, subdivisions were added to all the wards, so that's the second page. They doubled the amount of plots from 720 to 1,140. And the legendaries continued. So this was not so exciting for system changes, but it had the class, so I think that somewhat covers it. Here, by the way, our duty roulettes has expanded. We had Guild Hests first, Then main scenario, that will throw you into either Castrum or Praetorium, or the Ultimate Weapon fight. Trials we can now do. So any trial, and there's just huge amounts of XP and gil each time. Leveling, which will give us the seals as well. High level dungeons as well now. Now this says high level dungeons. What that means is level 50 plus. In the context of the modern game, that is a kind of a lie. Level 50 is not high level. Level 50, you have barely any buttons. All the content we're playing right now is not high level. It's not very engaging. It's not got many buttons. And I kind of wish they would change this. I feel like high level dungeons should at least be 60 plus. But in all reality, 70 plus. 70 is sort of the sweet spot for most classes where you start to feel like you've got a really good complete kit. Though the newest classes, even 70 is not good enough. But yeah, I think high level should be... But so whatever, you know. If I click high level dungeons, I want to have some buttons. And I kind of don't. Because level 50 doesn't really feel like high level to me. But hey, alright, it's daytime in Limsa now. Guys, thank you so much for all those donations and things. That's insane. I hope anyone who gets a lucky membership continues to, you know, use it. I will have members' content going out. I will. I'm thinking Hildebrand. I'm thinking the Delivery Moogles, at least, for this. Bahamut and Crystal Tower are too big. They're not going to be members only. They're like main story, essentially, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, oh my god, guys. Wow. Alright, so what do? I guess we just keep going. Traitor in the Midst. Oh, what a name for the next quest. So, to recap here... What are the stories? There's like a billion stories happening at once. Even just within the... I know there's the 4 big side stories I just listed, but the main stories has like a bunch of stuff. We have shit going on in Kurthus with this lady in Frost. Alphino has built the Crystal Braves, sort of an army extension to the Scions, if you will, under his own control, and funded by the Syndicate. Nanamo, as ever, seems to be upset as Queen. Is that a story of it? It is a story of its own, actually, to be honest. It is. And I encourage you guys all to remember the short story we read earlier. What else is going on? Well, we did the Primal stuff for the last patch with Rama. There's the fact we have the Echo and the mysterious power of that. There's the Ascian thing going on. There's the Empire looming ever over, though they've kind of chilled out for a little while. There's the Domans that have joined us recently. There's the Isle of Val that's disappeared, but Kryl is alive, apparently, we heard. I think that's it, but that's quite a lot. So, the Crystal Braves, we got to meet some of the NPCs, didn't we? Are they still standing around out here? I think this was amazing. We met one of the random new recruits was just sitting on this crate earlier called Ilberd. And he was just a guy among any, right, really? He was just sort of whatever. I'll tell you, he said he joined and he's going to be the captain of some of these guys. He is one of the biggest characters in the story. And it's amazing to just see him casually sitting up there. I'll give you guys a little clue about him. He is very, very closely associated to someone else. Didn't he say he's Alamegan? I think he already said that. There's another person of Alamegan heritage that knows Ilberd very, very well. So anyway, let's move on in. I won't get too spoilery. That's just a little tease for you all. And let's run through. God, I hope I probably should have gone to the toilet before starting this. All right. Oh my God, look, they're all here. Oh my God, we got a lot of people to chat to. Holy shit. Oh, here he is. Look, there's the guy, Ilberd, with his grey hair and sincere face. The formation of the Crystal Brave. And no, I can't do sort of a northern English accent. The formation of the Crystal Braves has lifted everyone's spirits. My hopes are as high as the next man, but we'll not know what this company is truly made of till we face our first mission. Of course, Yu Hase here. The greater our success is, the more our name will grow. I think this guy blatantly said he's just in it for the cash, didn't he? The more our name grows, the greater the profits to be had. I can scarcely contain my anticipation for our first mission. This guy was like a villain in the main story, and he said he's redeemed. This uniform rather suits me, would you not say? Perhaps it is I that suits it. After all my transgressions, I am grateful indeed for this chance to start anew. Buscarin, Laurentius shall do you proud. Yeah, he was the guy from the Buscarin brothers storyline. That's amazing. I wish I remembered that he was a big part here as we were doing those episodes, about 10 episodes ago. You've brought with you in quite a few new recruits, haven't you? Your reputation extends far beyond Little Alamigo, it would seem, and deservedly so. Why, meeting you has given me something to strive for. Remember the name of Wilred. I shall hone both body and mind, and do you and my fellow braves proud. Okay. My God. Corey Boulder over here with Coltonet still. 'Tis always inspiring to speak with a person of vision. If there is aught I might do to be of service to this new company, you know where to find me. Alphino's words were most heart-stirring, would you not agree? Truth be told, I worry what I can offer to such a lofty organisation, but I'll do all in my power to make my fellow braves proud. Come to mention it, the younglings seem to have run off somewhere. I do hope they're not up to any mischief. Is there aught I may do to serve you? I stand ever at the ready for the freedom of all. Oh God, I feel like these guys are all pumped up for a fight, but there isn't one to be had right now. Meow. Anyone with a pair of eyes can see that Thancred is thoroughly besmitten with Higiri. Then again, subtlety has never been one of his strengths. Iriage has asked me to watch over the Doman women, that they do not come off any more suffering than they have already endured. Oh God. Oh, look, Thancred is chatting with her. Are you jealous, Flamin? He was hitting on you before. Ever since Higiri started preparing our meals, I swear I've never felt better. They say that Doman cuisine is highly nourishing, but I'd sooner attribute it to the loving care she puts into her culinary creations. They say the fastest way to a man's heart is through his stomach, and I'm not one to disagree. Mr. Thancred has taken quite a fancy to Doman cuisine. Several times a day, he tells me that one of my dishes is the best he's ever tasted. His praise is most heartening, though I cannot help but feel he has a want for exaggeration. Oh, no, he likes you chefing for him. All the kids are over here still. They're hiding in this corner. This is awesome. Hello, children. We hereby name the Yosen commander of the Doman Braves. Our Doman Adventurers Guild could use a new name. Say, do you have any ideas? Not yet. For the freedom of all, for the freedom of all, for the freedom of all. It just doesn't sound the same when I say it. The Crystal Braves, she's quoting Alphino there, right? The Crystal Braves, why just saying the name makes me feel strong. I've been thinking of changing the name of our guild to the Doman Braves. How does that sound to you, Mr. Tremor? The Doman Braves. Sounds derivative. I don't think you should do that. Be creative. Give me true art, something new. Snap, snap. I hear a new company's been formed. I would be of service in whatever humble way I can. Yeah, we could get the Domans in on it. Like, why not? Ishtola is over here speaking to Riol. Oh, I feel bad, though. I'm forgetting who's who exactly. Riol, like, what's your origin, Riol, again? Seeing this lass sure brings back memories. I was just sharing a couple of juicy secrets with her. Like what? Every time I speak to Riol, I realise how much there is I yet do not understand about the kobolds. Oh, he was from the Company of Heroes. I'm fortunate indeed to count a former member of the Company of Heroes as friend and confidant. This is cool just seeing these two over in the back corner here chatting. I would never have expected her to be paired with Riol. Dude, I really like these moments. I don't know, do you guys as well? Seriously, it's so cool seeing everybody moving around and chatting and updating, patch by patch. Sparring bouts to raise the awareness of the Crystal Braves, intriguing, but though I cannot help but feel there are more pressing tasks at hand. Perhaps Atari requires aid in compiling the company roster. Papalimo refuses to spar with me. He says he has more important matters to attend to, but I think he's just afraid to lose. These two are the best. They're such a, like, oddball couple, you know, that really... I actually love Ida in this story. She's got, like, this energy and enthusiasm. She's not like a wet blanket in any way. Maybe that's me coming from playing Horizon, where a lot of characters are very, like, stale, because it's a very serious game in a lot of ways. Not all of them. Erin's amazing. Alright. Alphino, what do you think, man? You filled this place with blue. The Crystal Braves. It's weird to think he might be the same height as me one day. It is a most fitting name for a company of champions summoned together by the Mother Crystal. Would you not agree? The blue of the uniform represents the crystal's light, pure and unadulterated, a beacon of hope. The crystal sword is the sign for those who would stand strong in the face of danger. Until that day, my Crystal Braves are a guiding light for all Aelzia. I will not give up the fight. Wow, you've done something amazing here, Alphino. I mean, they've not done anything yet. But, you know, Tataru's just like people watching there. Oh god, oh god, oh god! I thought I was finished with the roster, but I missed a name and I had to start all over. As if I didn't have enough work to do already. Oh, I thought she was chill for once. But I think she's actually traumatized. Oh god. I'm studying Eorzean military drills in the hope that I might better understand this new organization. Indeed. Alright, in we go. 30 minutes of preamble before we even accept the quest. That bodes well, right, guys? Hello, Minfilia. What do you think of all this? Oh, we might get voice acting. Nope. Try as I might, I cannot shake a creeping sense of dark foreboding, but it avails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The primals have been relatively quiet of late, and the beast tribes who summon them are under constant surveillance by the grand companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such a time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Ascians, Urianger is wholly dedicated to finding the means that by which we might defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that. Oh yeah, another story was the PowerPoint presentation. Well, it's the Ascian story, isn't it? In which we're thinking, okay, if you can capture an Ascian is basically just aether once you destroy its body. If you can trap that aether inside something and maybe break that something, you can kill it for good. So the question is, how the hell do we do that? But all of this you knew already. Let us speak more of the current matters, in particular the state of the Crystal Braves. Alphinaud did well to found the organisation, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he's doing his best, I feel that a helping hand or two wouldn't go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault and singularly loath to accept help. That's true, he is very independent. Save, of course, when that comes from you. Alphinaud has entrusted countless matters of import to your care, and I believe he would not hesitate again were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go to him and support him in whatever. You know, I think it's pretty rich that any of them are asking me to do anything at this point. I have fought enough primals and done enough. I can rest on my laurels at this point. But okay, she's only asking. She's not demanding. Okay, Minfilia. Off we go. I don't know if people were disliking Minfilia at this point in the story. You know, I described her as Trahernish before. Because, you know, it's sort of like she's calling the shots. You're sort of almost like her lackey more than anything else. I mean, I think it's carefully written not to feel that way, but people probably get that impression anyway. Holy fuck, they all moved again. Oh my god. Oh my god. In which event, we must guide them to Little Alamigo, else we condemn them to certain death. Ida, what did I just tell you? Condemn refugees to death? Wait a minute, that's not right. Wait, what? Wait. Let me have a brain for a second. How is this conversation supposed to go? Who speaks first? Are they speaking almost... Anyway, so he's trying to get... He's talking about the refugee system. Oh, she's just nodding along, I think. I think the idea here is she's not really listening. She's going, condemn refugees to death. Wait a minute, that's not right. And he's saying, Ida, what did I just tell you? Pay attention, or something. That's how I'm choosing to interpret that. Many of my countrymen are skilled with bow or blade. I have made it my mission to rally those with such talents to the Braves' cause. I can only hope we be of some small assistance. Tataru's over the bookshelf now. Ugh! From invoices to petitions to... It's war, Tremor! That desk is my front line, and I fear I've been overrun. You're doing good. Maybe we should hire someone to help Tataru. That would be nice. This is feeling a lot like when, you know, during 2.0, right, where the base got very filled up before Livia came. Dispatch the first unit to Uldur. The second and fourth are to stand by for further orders. So he's doing captain-y things now. Good job, Ilberd. Higiri. In traditional Doman cuisine, we strive for perfect balance, not only of flavour and texture, but also of nutrition. For a meal to be truly satisfying, it must nourish the body as well as delight the senses. If Higiri and our more skilled culinarians work closely together, I dare say they could create an extraordinary dishes to satisfy Eorzean and Doman alike. It almost feels like this could have been when chefing got added, right? But no. Yes, it would be foolish to sacrifice nutrition for flavour. So we got the girls here talking about cooking. I can't believe how outrageously misogynistic that is, guys. Get the pitchforks. A dazzling... Oh my god, look how cool that animation is. A dazzling floral arrangement. Each blossom a peerless beauty in her own right. Ah, the blessing and burden of an overactive imagination. You know, Thancred's pretty cool there. Look at him. Deadly, spinning the knife, practicing his new roguish capabilities. Meanwhile, he's thinking about romance and flowers. What a man. Alpha, now I'll speak to you in a second. I want to see what else is going on. What's going on with the kids now? The kids have gone. Ooh. Okay. YouTube just dropped there. That sucks. Where have these younglings disappeared off to? Making the most of their newfound freedom, no doubt. Yeah, well, hopefully. No YouTube. I don't want to show you people any ads. It's fine. People have been generous enough. Coltnet. Those Azure uniforms are really rather striking, but I think I shall remain a scion for the nonce. The way they use nonce in this game. I guess they mean, like, for the moment. For the now, I think is what he's trying to say. These walls have become my home, and the scions my family. Besides, I'm not sure blue is really my colour. The green in my cassock brings out my eyes, just as Hori's breeches bring out the red in his. I like the thought that the character designer here had been thinking about that the whole time, you know. They like the green and the green. And now they don't want to change it. So he's got, like, teal eyes, I guess? We're very close, Hori. Hello, sorry. It's like I'm trying to squeeze past him in a corridor or something. Look forward, never back. Devote yourself only to the present. This is what I learned from the Domans. That's beautiful, isn't it? I've been doing a lot of looking back lately because I'm watching like Let's Plays that are like too old, and oh, it's really depressing me. I've had like major depression the past week and a half. Like seriously. Obviously gonna keep it light, and I'm pretty sure it's because I'm like wallowing in old LPs, which I probably shouldn't do, you know. I'm like, 10 years ago, how it was to be young. I don't know. What is it, Tremor? And do be concise. Oh god, he's being a prick. Here we go. We've got to do his voice. What is it, Tremor? And do be concise. I'm rather busy. You would lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I had little choice. Which is not to say that my men want for labour. Though we are but newly formed, there is already a great demand for our services, and we are hard-pressed to answer all petitions, but I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I have entrusted its resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilbert. See, yeah, so I was wondering this. He's the captain, but he's also, like, Alphino? So how does this work? So he's the second-in-command. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance, Tremor. Alright, he said my thanks at least. Here, speaking of which, we got some concept art from Jake here. This is amazing, guys. Ready? First, this little moment from 2.3. Oh, God, it's very big. Very big. Alphino's been wounded. Oh, this was 2.2, actually. How tragic. Look at Tremor's expression there. Look at that. Yeah, of course, we heard he'd been wounded at Uldar, and apparently we were supposed to be really upset about that, but I don't think Tremor was upset. I think this is great. Look at that. I love how we have the XP earring on and everything. Look at how detailed that is. Look at the feathers in the hat. Oh my god. And I guess that's the devil on his shoulder, actually really happy and gleeful. Dude, the expression is really good. Both of their expressions, all three of their expressions. And as a little bonus, now this is just wild. This is so weird, right? Jake also did this. So, you know how they call Lalafell potatoes in this game? Actually, by the way, guys, I don't know why that is. Why do people call Lalafell potatoes? Because they're like round and potato-shaped or something? I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. People call them potatoes. So, obviously, my channel icon is 3 potatoes. So, in a weird mishmash, check this out. I mean, I don't even know where to begin. They're Lalafell, are they? They're all bald Lalafell. Do Lalafell have pointy ears? A nice pose work, though. And that's an incredible baby's bum there. On the one on the left. I mean, I don't even know where to begin. Cursed image, indeed. I mean, if I could find a way to integrate this into my branding, I so would. Yeah, that's definitely going in the fan art bank there. I don't know. They look more like they remind me of like Cupid's cherubs or whatever, right? Maybe it's supposed to be a bit of a mix of that as well. It's a blessed image, yeah, maybe, maybe. Okay,
Hail to you, Scion. How might we serve you?
Me watching the XLP again, wondering if I'm depressed. I mean, I do the same. That's the thing. I shouldn't just spam the same. You know, I should find new LPs. But, you know, I so often watch LPs while I'm doing something else. It's just background noise a lot of the time. Hail to you, Scion. Okay, yeah, you already said that. He's got a nice voice. Oh, my God, actually. All right, guys, this voice... This voice changes a lot. Like a huge amount with the voice actor cast swap. This is really weird. His whole accent is different. Did he sound posh there?
Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us?
Weird.
These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the Grand Companies.
Ooh, okay. So the Garleans are up to something.
Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy.
God, I don't remember any of this about the Ivy.
He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause.
It's because wild animals like eating Lalafels is mentioned in a fate? Really? Like potatoes?
These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea.
So, I've already forgotten this here. We heard... No, I haven't forgotten. I remember very clearly. So when the Domans got here, they said that the Empire was in a War of Succession. And that in that War of Succession, so it was basically a lot of infighting. So they tried to free themselves. So they staged a rebellion. They tried to escape, and they got crushed anyway. They thought we would win because the Empire is fighting and bickering amongst themselves, but no, the Empire was still too strong for them, and it crushed them underfoot. And then a bunch of refugees appeared here. Now, we heard about that from the Domans, and there was a little moment in the story where one of the NPCs said, "What? You didn't even know about that?" So yeah, I guess over here in Eorzea, this was news, that there was a War of Succession. Now, in that patch, it sounded to me like the War of Succession was over already, but actually, no, it's not over already. It's going on. So the Emperor right now is Solas, I believe, right? And I guess he has, we don't know anything more than that, I think, for now, but I guess he has multiple sons. And they're all vying for whoever's going to be Emperor next. Solas isn't dead, I don't think. I don't think it's a War of Succession in which the Emperor's died and all of a sudden we don't know who to proclaim as the true king next, or whatever, the true Emperor next. So I think Solas is still around. And yeah, so we've only heard glimpses of this. But now Ilbert's telling us that war is still going on. And actually, but it's near its end.
When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now.
Oh, Solas did die, causing the war? We haven't heard that in-game yet. I don't know when we hear that in-game, but I guess that's the situation?
We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway. And if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-man army like you.
Like you. So weird. This is weird, Ilberd. I wonder how much dialogue he has here. Okay, so back over to Thanalan. We'll speak to Rabon. It's weird that Alphino hasn't really talked to us about this. Okay, so there's a spy. There's a network of spies under someone called the Ivy. And wait, what are they telling us that they've infiltrated? I've already lost the plot a little bit here. It's crazy that I'm as tall as Rabon. Look at that.
Well, well. What brings you here, my friend?
This guy.
He is here at my behest. Greetings, Raban. It has been a while.
Aha, so this is what I was hinting at a second ago. Remember, Rabon is also Ala Mhigan. They're both Ala Mhigans, and in fact, they know each other.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you, the honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
There's so much Uldar focus, actually. There's a huge amount of Uldar focus.
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
In fact, it's weird. As well, I would have expected a bit more Limson stuff, but I guess not. The Gridania maybe less so, because it's kind of got that natural lilt or whatever. I don't know. It feels like less of a big city.
Aye. We've both come far, have we not?
And now Cham is like, what's going on?
Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Ala Mhigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
So this is again this is essentially one of those what do we know kind of moments. I've mentioned this a few times. I don't know when they've really said it in game actually, but there you go. So that's Rabon's backstory.
Bah, spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to him, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Hilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
That was very nice of him.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
Oh, he suddenly got his game face on there. Suddenly got serious.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all.
Oh, but who could be listening in? Ooh, how many spies are there? Oh, but locked in. Yeah, that's a way of phrasing it.
So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Uldar to her foundations. In such uncertain times, A man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the Monitarists have been in league with the Empire from the first?
Damn, I mean, that would make sense, since the Empire excavated Ultima Weapon, and now Teleji has this plan to get up, to get Ultima Weapon? Omega Weapon? I don't know where that was going. To dig up Omega Weapon. Maybe that's what I meant.
Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime.
If you had the name Adeleji, why would you name your son that? I don't know. Maybe they have different customs, you know? Maybe rhyming names are in vogue. What's a good rhyming name, IRL? Does anyone have it? That's actually a kind of a big no-no, isn't it?
It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days and drink to the future of our homeland.
Homeland. To the future of our homeland. Anyway, there's a weird enunciation every now and then with that guy. I'm not quite sure how to describe it. Like perhaps a little more in a random R.
Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
Your plainsfolk Lalafell is Willa Wizard, don't question it. Oh, here, is this the first time this is happening? Sometimes, yeah, you beat a quest, you accept the quest completion in a cutscene. This happens quite a lot in the game, but is this the first time I've seen this in this Let's Play? It might not be, and I've just been oblivious. But there you go, that's quest 1 done. Only 17 to go, guys. Ilberd is eager to continue his investigation. Our hunt for the Ivy begins in earnest, Scion. Suffice it to say, we must tread warily, but one misstep may well cost us our lives. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stones and report to Commander Levier. Oh my god, if that's a whole quest, just going back, that's going to be amazing. This is going to be terrible, isn't it? It's just going to be me constantly hoping that we get like these one objective quests. You know, the other thing we could do with these giga patches is split them in half, but you know. Oh my god, hello. Oh my god, look, the pet, the Poogie, oh, it's gone, it just got off the table. Yeah, I don't want that pet on the table. Feels weird that pretty major stuff's happening here, but Alpha Note, well, is it major? It will be major, but maybe it's not for now. Maybe it's fine that Alpha Note doesn't have a clue, really. Well, he does have a clue, he's just not involved. 1 hour for the first quest. Will be done sometime tomorrow. Yeah, I know. 58 minutes. We are returned from Uldar, Commander. And not a moment too soon. Something has happened. Look how ridiculous he is. Look how small he is. And he's, I don't know. Trouble. You will recall that the 4th was tasked with reconnoitering the rendezvous site used by the Ivy's minion and his Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. God damn it! According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Garleans are not wont to treat their foemen with dignity, and I have grave fears for her safety. Oh dear. We must dispatch a rescue party at once. Recall those braves who are afield. Begging your pardons, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask for you once more, Scion. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Guardians with more captives, yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have. Captain Ilberd has the right of it. I trust you're willing, but of course you are. Oh, well, we got to reread that with the snotty voice. Captain Ilberd has the right of it. I trust you are willing, but of course you are. Am I? Maybe I'm done with this game. Maybe I'm turning my sub-fee off. Now, Aliane of the 4th lies in wait in the tangle near the entrance to Castrum Sentry. Seek her out, and she will apprise you of the situation. Right. You're the best chance we have of rescuing our comrade. I shall pray for your success. Aliana the Fourth lies in wait near the entrance. Seek her out. Okay, yeah. I'm seeking. I guess we can Aetheryte out. We probably could have just walked out as well. I did favourite this Aetheryte, right? I think I did. Lalafell names usually end the same, so mine is Boinga Bunga. Both end with nga, and they don't have to rhyme. Oh, I see. Well, what's an example of them ending the same but it not rhyming? How does that work? Oh, I guess you just gave me one. Boinga Bunga. Oh, so is the rhyming attached to the vowel sound? Wait, is that not a rhyme, Boinga Bunga? I guess it's not. Never really thought that the vowel was an integral part of the rhyme. Here's the fourth. You would aid us in the rescue mission. We're in your debt, Warrior of Light. Now's time's against us, so let me brief you on the situation. The Garleans fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Resh and hauling her away from the castrum to the castrum yonder. I thought we knocked this castrum out. Did they just move back in, I guess? Outnumbered as we were. Oh, well, I guess we just escaped. We didn't really knock it out. It was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Garleans may be interrogating Resh, or worse. With her hurts, I fear she will not survive survive their attentions. We must rescue her without delay. Yeah, there's about 1,000 hints here that they're, you know, they're going to be ripping her clothes off or something, really. Our order may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is as strong as Mithril. None will stand by while a comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the Fourth, will infiltrate the castrum. Please help us find Resh before it's too late. If this is a full-blown mission that we're doing here. Oh, they all saluted at me. Oh, apparently I got in combat with the mud puppy right as I tried to mount there, so it's turned the sounds of splashing through the water down a little bit, so it interrupted me getting on the mount. Yeah, I had a lot of that in Horizon yesterday. Horizon, I've beaten the base game now, and I'm working towards... I'm going to be playing the DLC. But I wanted, like, so I used the blast bombs a lot in that game, and I wanted a legendary one. So last night while I was playing it, I got all the black boxes to get a blast bomb, and then I tried to max it out as a legendary. Well, I did max it out as a legendary, but it was so long and slow and frustrating. It took me forever. I ended up playing, like, for hours and didn't even get to start the DLC because the entire time I was just trying to level this one thing up. And once I've leveled it up, it's not even that much better than the previous one that I had, so I'm a bit disappointed. But it's got like this stat on it, like this sticky caustic stat, which I've never played with, that I guess can like tie up the robots or something, so entangle them in some way. So yeah, next time I play, I'm really looking forward to just getting into the DLC. Because the game ended in a very crazy way. Right, so it's not a full-blown mini-mission here, we're just taking these guys out. Let's get a mini-map on, I suppose. Now, what could we play? What's our third? Oh, mate, White Mage. Yeah, but I don't really have many buttons for that. We could play Bard, I guess. Bard would be a little bit quicker in scenes like this, because you do just that little bit more damage. And you're unlikely to die, so you don't really need the tankiness. Oh my god, that's so cool. The hawk on our shoulder. It kind of popped in full screen there, but yeah. Oh, where am I? Dude, she's just tied to a rock on the floor in the ground. I thought she'd be in a prison cell, at least. Resh, thank the gods we found you. And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now, to quit this accursed place, Resh cannot move with those wounds. She'll need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Garleans will only be too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the castrum, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let's speak again when we're done. Kind of annoys you when they put grindy objectives in non-RPGs, don't know why. Well, I wouldn't describe Horizon as a non-RPG. It's very, you know, it's got a big open world. There's skill trees, and there's lots of weapons, and there's lots of gear crafting. I'm incredibly impressed with just the scope of that game. There's so much in it, and it's, you know, it feels really, I mean, AAA is the only way I could describe it. It's an absolutely massive game. I'm mostly okay with it. It was only grindy because, like, I was struggling, really. There was one mechanic that sort of frustrated me, and it's, you need to kill a certain type of machine, but only like the Apex version, the stronger version. And you have to get it to spawn. Like, they don't just appear. And that frustrated me because I kept going to sites with the machines needing an Apex, and there wasn't an Apex there, so then I'd have to run away and find another one, and that literally just felt like a time sink. You know, they could have just had, this is an Apex site, this is a normal site. But then I googled it and I saw that it's just that Apexes like have a almost guaranteed spawn at nighttime, so you just need to wait until nighttime, which you can do. You can pass the time at any camp, and then you can pretty much just get the Apexes. So with that, you know, I can't even really blame that, to be honest. So let's see here. Hallowed Ground. Yeah, no, we already have stance on. I always forget about this button. Bulwark. I absolutely love Circle of Scorn. That is such a cool animation. It's unreal. I would talk a lot more about Horizon, but I kind of don't want to be too spoilery, I guess. I don't know. Like, all the cool topics of discussion in that are basically reliant on the final cutscene of the game. Lalafell have a strict naming convention. For male plainsfolk, it's ABCB. That's why they say their whole names, so you know that they are proper. Exceptions like Pippin, Parapip exist. So why is he an exception? Because he's adopted into a family that doesn't follow Lalafell customs? Is that right? That sort of feels like that would be limiting him in some way, you know, on a job interview or whatever, an application for a job. I wonder if there's that thing, you know, like in Ul'dah, if you have a very proper Lalafellian name, it gives you more job opportunities, you know, than rather if you have some strange foreign name that employers don't like. In an imitation of what it could be like IRL. Oh my god. Nice, that was kind of cool. I just saw it. We last hit that guy with a regular attack, which feels very rare that the baseline, the normal, you know, just auto attacks that are going on actually, ow. Oh man, you know I said my finger had healed? It has, but it's still kind of like tender. Still a little bit raw, and I just slid it against the desk in a kind of a, ow. I think it's fine. I've awaited your return most anxiously, my friend. You have done us a great service indeed. I cannot express my gratitude well enough. Go on ahead to the Rising Stones. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, that's not going to be the quest, is it? Actually, is it? Back and forth. Oh, yeah, it is in the Rising Stones. The map didn't seem to be showing that. Am I just blind? Oh, it was hidden underneath these, because there's so many quests in the bar now. So many. You only get shit jobs with an Ala Mhigan name. Yeah, exactly, right, exactly. Alfredo, I come bearing... what's the antonym for grim? Great tidings. It does me well to see you thus returned, though I doubt not your prowess. Entering an enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture, and I must confess to having been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, and having succeeded in your mission as is your wont. Imagine just like a montage of every time Final Fantasy gives you a line like that. Yay, you succeeded. It'd be like a game in and of itself if you compiled everything through all the aspects. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks to their expert ministrations, the danger is past. You have my gratitude, Tremor. Allow me to thank you also, Scion. Resh owes you her life. We escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander, I'll see to it that the men keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence you'll succeed, Captain. As for you, Tremor, I realize you have scarce caught your breath, but I'm afraid there's no rest for the weary. I require that you accompany me to Kurthus. I've been granted an audience with an Ishgardian dignitary, you see, and the man expressly requested your permission. Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar already with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you're ready. Okay, fine. Fine, I'll go to Kurthus. It's weird, you know, the whole time I've been playing this game, I've never cared for the quest rewards and patches because I've never been, like, there on time. By the time I get to the content, there's Tombstone gear that's way better, you know. An influential Ishgardian wishes to speak with us. We have been blessed with a rare opportunity, Tremor. An audience with an ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. Oh, yeah, of course. And the cliffhanger at the end of the last patch showed that there were Ascians at Ishgard. Remember? Riling up an army there or something. So, a little bit worried about this guy. An ambassador of the Holy See. Whoever this is probably knows all about the Ascians there. It's probably secretly a dick. So we want to watch out. Be on our guard for bad people at this point. Tremor, an audience... yeah, okay. We are to treat with Sir Americ, Lord of the Temple Knights at Camp Dragonhead. I already don't like his name. He's considered a great honor to... It is considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as Temple Knight. Needless to say, their leader wields tremendous political influence. We would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. If Sir Americ wishes to meet the man behind the legend, I would not deny him the pleasure of your company. The antecedent should see the wisdom of this plan when you request her permission to accompany me to Kurthus. I need her permission? You're commanding me around, and I need her permission. I feel like a dog. Mayhap you feel this to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be put to nobler use. Yeah, I want to go craft. If so, I should remind you, the more good can be accomplished with the stroke of a pen than the thrust of a sword. Oh, you would remind me, would you, Alphino? Great, so we're going to go see some Ascian consorter, are we? You don't hate Horizon, but you don't see why it gets all the praise. It has great graphics and world, but everything else just turns into open world slot gameplay. It is a little bit Ubi game-ish, but I think you're being unfair about that. I think it's got a pretty good combat system. With a nice mix of melee capabilities, class building stuff, fighting the machines, you know, hitting the weak pots, ripping off armor, taking their weapons and fighting them back, grappling onto them. It's not bad. And it's funny, actually, there was that idea of a Horizon-ish, like, Monster Hunter game, right? I can see the Monster Hunter parallels there, but no one would ever criticize Monster Hunter as having bad gameplay. But Horizon's not too far off that sort of experience. A meeting with an Ishgardian ambassador, by all means, I think is a wonderful idea. We've received no reports of etheric disturbances or unusual beast tribe activity. If Alphino believes your presence may help him to secure more favourable terms, I see no reason to deny him. Okay, off to Kurthus we go. What I quite like about Horizon, having played the second now, is it's very unashamedly, like, serious sci-fi. Like, you might think it's not, but... like, they go big with it, really. Antecedent. I take it Tremor has explained the situation. He has. Yet welcome though these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out to us now? It's a good question, Minfilia. Actually, a very good question. Would that I knew. The question of their motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know no more than is generally known. The notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the centre of Abalathia's spine. Oh look, we're getting a recap here. We're getting a PowerPoint, guys. So here it is, to the north. And again, remember the context here is a lot of people have just seen a trailer for the first expansion is going to be set in this place. We all know that the first expansion is going to be here now because they've shown us the trailer. It is ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzean Alliance, formed in the wake of Ala Mhigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of Convenience, who withdrew from the Alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of Silver Tear Skies. Alphino calls them Friends of Convenience here, though. However, there was another big issue with the Garleans just now in 2.0, and they didn't even help us there. So I'm going to be somewhat sympathetic to them and say maybe the dragon threat is a big deal, and but then again, in the Dragoon storyline, we heard that the dragons weren't particularly active at this exact moment. So maybe it is fair to call them Friends of Convenience. Why not get involved? since which time their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbours' pleas, even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Carteneau... Yeah, sorry, that's true. They weren't even there with the fields of Carteneau. That's true. I don't... and on the fields of Carteneau, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defence of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. I have tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the Alliance at every opportunity. I have explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve preserve, Jesus Christ, our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall as once fell Ala Mhigo. I love the way they're talking about Ishgard and Ala Mhigo together here. Two nearby city-states that are big in the story, neither are playable at the moment. And, you know, they're two very major stories at the moment, actually. Even though the first expansion has taken us to Ishgard, Ala Mhigo still has a big role to play in the very immediate future. And what have mine efforts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so. Rather than the lonely messengers we've been fobbed off with in the past, this time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I'm not so naive as to think they come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I have yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may be assured that I will expound upon this point and others. I quite like Alphinaud here. He's very on point. I agree with everything he's saying. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead, Tremor. Our old friend Lord Haurchefant is expecting us. Yeah, at least he's nice. He's been our friend. He was happy to see us last patch. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further ingratiated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Alright, well that's a little bit cynical. We're just, you know... I didn't do it to forge inroads with Ishgard, necessarily. At the end of the day, all I did was say nothing and nod at people, and look, stuff's just happening, you know? Though I know but little of Sir Americ, I have faith that Alphinaud's efforts are about to bear fruit. Well, yeah, but these guys, a little bit of dramatic irony here, these guys don't know what we know, that there are Ascians at court. So this could be a bad idea. But let's see. I really need to, between episodes, clean up some of these quests. He's being nice so he doesn't get the nerd voice. Exactly, yeah. No, it's not even a nerd. That's not the nerd voice. I'm not giving Alphinaud a nerd voice. I'm giving him like a snotty voice. I would say a nerd voice is different. Hello, Haurchefant. Behind your desk, as always. Never may you leave. To the power of a nod, indeed. Ah, Tremor, ever a welcome sight. Our hearths have been stoked to blazing in preparation for your arrival. I would not do for such a distinguished personage to catch cold whilst enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cold climes. Ah, good Master Alphinaud, an honour as always. Likewise, Lord Haurchefant, forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Oh, come on! He didn't do really that much. We did everything. We had to trade for favours the whole way. He's speaking the language of diplomacy here, guys. Nonsense. Any debts incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House Fortemps may even see the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I'm simply delighted that the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak helped to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is of grave concern to us all. So yeah, Snowcloak is a dungeon. We realise there are heretics there. There's Lady Iceheart, whoever she is, the leader of the heretics. We don't know anything, but we do know they're based out of there. We didn't get to play the dungeon last time. We were just around the entrance. To the matter at hand, Sir Americ arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I'm told he's eager to meet with you at your first convenience. You are doubtless weary from your journey and desirous to rest a while by the warmth of our hearth. But if you're willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the knight stationed outside the intercessory. He will grant you entrance and send word to the other attendees. As inviting as your hearth sounds, I think it best we proceed to the intercessory forthwith. Okay. Change your fucking pants, Alphinaud, if you're cold. That's a good point. I think he does eventually, right? When we get into the expansion. Doesn't he change his outfit? Hello, Houseful Tonk Guard. Speaking of which, is this where the expansion starts? Right here? We've been expecting you, sir. Pray, take your ease inside, and I shall summon the others. Alright, let's see what we got. Nice sound effect. I love the way that they played that sound effect and cut the camera right over there so they didn't actually have to show the door animating. Look, and once again, they've hidden it. That's very clever. Good camera and audio work there.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Aha, here he is. Oh, she's cool. She is very cool.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you.
Aha! Okay, someone in chat just said it would have been amazing if the first Guild Wars expansion was the Dominion of Winds. It would have been a nice parallel. Yeah, it would have, but they didn't really leave themselves much space on the world map. They would have had to have changed the way they want to handle stuff like that. Done like a, oh god, what's the Icebrood Saga strike mission with the Char and the tank, where it's very expanded, even though it's a small area of the world? Would have had to have done stuff like that. It would have been cool, for sure, and it would have been a nice parallel. Okay, also, back to this, right? His voice is the same as it will always be. People mentioned this in chat. Even when the voice actors all change, this is Emmerich's voice, full stop. So I don't know how he ended up crossing studios or whatever. How did that work? It's both an honor and a pleasure. Okay, well, I'm immediately a bit put off by you, but...
I'm Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
He's very pretty.
Alphinaud Leveilleur, at your service.
Ugh, God, his voice, man. Change your voice already!
Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
This is weird. We're crossing the streams. New voices and old voices interacting.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
Butter me up not with your honeyed words.
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
This is the Taciturn Temple Knight. What's her name?
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination.
Have you? From your walled castle, city that no one can go to?
Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin?
Oh, how much of this is sincere, though? If it is sincere, he's very nice, but we can't trust that.
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long.
Notice here, by the way, in terms of, like, amount of cutscenes and dialogue, and voice dialogue, it's upping and upping as we've been going through.
What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the Primal Menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last.
Oh, very nice comment there in the live chat. That girl's got weirdly round ears from an Elezen. Yeah. Oh, they're all Ishgardians up there. Sorry, they're all Elezen in Ishgard, really. But she is not an Elezen. So what's the deal there? Could she be the spy? A spy, maybe? I don't know. We haven't heard of spies in Ishgard.
Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations.
Yeah, there are higher in Ishgard as well. You're right, there are. You can scratch what I just said, but she's not higher in. That's true. I don't know, we'll just deal with her later, guys. I was also thinking, even if she's clearly a different race, everyone would have known that. That doesn't immediately, you know... She's not pretending to be an Elezen. It's pretty much on display.
Even were that not the case, Our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Oh, poor Gaius. Blown up in fire. That was a hell of an explosion that killed him as well.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
Because I want something.
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Also as a fanboy.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence.
And what, you do have alternate personal feelings? I don't know whether I believe that. I love Horshafont there, sitting on the edge of the table, just trying to mediate. Yeah, she is very Brienne of Tarthy, isn't she, actually? Okay, what can you exert your influence over?
Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers.
Oh my god, really? What?
I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
He's threatening us, actually. That's all this is blackmail, essentially. He's saying, I'm going to take away your supplies unless you do something for me. That's what this is.
Sir Emeric, we would be in your debt.
Would we? You snivelling...
No, you would not. For I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
Midgard-Sorma! Yeah! Oh my god, when does all this stuff happen? I forgot. Oh my god, guys. Yeah, so remember, 1.0 launched with the story of Midgard-Sorma fighting the Agrias and then dying over Silvertear Lake. Then 1.0 ended with a different dragon, Bahamut, the Bahamut thing in the moon. But let's just be clear here, Midgard-Sorma is the granddaddy dragon. All the other dragons are beneath Midgard-Sorma. Midgard-Sorma had like a brood of like 12 dragons, which then went off to have their own broods. Midgard-Sorma is the dragon. Midgard-Sorma is basically a god, as close as a god you can get. It's a godlike entity like Hydaelyn, I would say. So hold on, it might resurrect?
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Look at this
For
game.
many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrias, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies.
Yeah, like, you got to look at, like, so you might have thought Nidhogg was going to be a big thing. You might have thought, you know, Bahamut's obviously going on with that storyline. Oh, what's that crackling? Is that the fire? But no, we're going to be talking about Midgard-Sorma here as well.
I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
Okay, and so we're in Mordona, so this does make sense why he'd come to us.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
So what do you want me to do? Just make sure the dragon doesn't reawaken? I mean, that's not much to ask. We'd want to do that anyway.
I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments.
Yeah, I'll just keep you in, and you keep the shipments coming.
I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
Oh my god, Haurchefant's really angry there.
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord.
Lady Iceheart?
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
It's amazing, actually. You can hear the crappier ARR voice acting there, expressed by Haurchefant, and then the quite smooth, natural feeling scene with Emmerich. Oh, here we go. Look, we get another black screen except. Nice fresh Curtain morning. Almost 8 a.m. Beautiful. Wait, did I just complete a quest? Oh, wait. We want to go back here. I was going to say, did we just complete one and then immediately complete another one? No. Steady on now. We hadn't even accepted it. I love the way as he breathes and speaks, you can see the frost coming out. One of the best things I ever did in VR, right, was like almost like a demo game, but where it showed as you speak and breathe in real life, your microphone can pick it up, and it put like that frosty cloud in front of you. And of course, in 3D, everything's like in VR, everything's 3D stereoscopic, looks really good. And it felt so natural. It was amazing, and it was like, you know, just this frosty demo. As always with VR, though, there's amazing technical demonstrations, but the actual experiences tend to be a bit lackluster in terms of full games. Yeah. Just when we were starting to make progress, and to make matters worse, the caravan that they spoke of was bound for Revenant's Toll of all places. Honestly, were I so inclined, I should think the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I'm not. I would know more of this attack. Let us speak with Lord Haurchefant and find out what he's learned. Okay. I think we have a dungeon coming up in a second. The Intercession of Saints, this quest is called. Haurchefant, what do you think here? Oh, someone's parked the chocobo on the desk. I'm sure he's happy with that. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, my friends, but the situation is such that we must act swiftly. If you would be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through the Boulder Downs. It was an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant, every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. 'Twould be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge to which only a select few are privy, I presume. We still don't have a name, right? Quite, we can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly, as Lord Haurchefant said, lest crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discovering hidden truths, Tremor. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. Okay. Can you tell me your name, please? It takes but one pair of loose lips to sink the ship. Okay. It's an old Navy expression, isn't it? Yeah, so what you might notice here is obviously it's getting much more Ishgardian focused. What usually happens with these expansions is, well, you beat the expansion and then they'll probably do like 3 patches, which is concluding that story. And then the second, so point 1, 2, and 3 like finishes it up. And then point 4 and 5 is setting up the next X-Pack with the FanFest announcement and the trailer and all of that. And so you can kind of feel here that we're doing a lot more X-Pack setup now. It's a bit weird with A Realm Reborn though, because, you know, they were still finding their feet with a lot of stuff, so we can't really say that 2.1, 2, and 3 were finishing anything. The Ultimate Weapon died in 2.0. We were just kind of faffing about fighting random primals, to be honest. Let's be real. But it's a lot more structured as it goes forward. Moving along, adventure, there's nothing for... Hey, Haurchefant, bid you speak with us? Then you must be... Beg your pardon, Scion. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind, tipped the wagon for good measure even. The whole thing's a bit odd if you ask me. Would have been easy to just steal it, though a damn sight harder to conceal, I'll allow. Reckon they came prepared, probably with wagons of their own, hidden away off. But pray no heed to my ramblings. Absent of proof, it is naught but speculation. Might it be the squire receiving care at the observatorium could tell you something more factual. That is, if he's awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack. Not that his presence amounted to much. Alright. At least he's alive and okay. Look at these guys. Fixing the crate up. Wagon overturned. I like this in this game, that you get full, big sort of assets like this, that they drop around the world. I'm not sure Guild Wars really does that. Guild Wars moves NPCs and will phase and teleport NPCs around. But bigger stuff? Like full-on wagons with collision? I don't know. Or like that chocobo cart that we saw before. Back to the minus 65 degrees centigrade Curthin morning. Yeah, how cold exactly is it supposed to be? With Alphinaud out with his legs out. Wandering around with his legs out. Curious about those delivery Moogles and that delivery Moogle quest, I must say. Oh, up the stairs, thank you. Nice. The big tip. Hello, Squire. How are you? You've come to ask about the attack, haven't you? We came upon them before the entrance to the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims, we marked them as, lost, ill-equipped for a journey further to the north. Our leader called out to them and one stepped forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought. Some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same, else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear, and she leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek, and then he sighed and crumpled to the ground. I didn't know what had happened until I saw the snow turn red. And then there was red everywhere I looked. I tried to fight, but I took a blow to the head, and by the time I came to, the others were dead, and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I couldn't... I mean, they'd have killed me. So I just lay still and listened. Iceheart's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection, and they spoke of... Shiva. Dun dun dun! Alright, finally, I could just... Yeah, Shiva is the last primal. You start with Ifrit, you end with Shiva. It's good stuff. And any fan of Final Fantasy will have been seeing the themes of ice and Lady Iceheart and all this shit, and they will have been thinking, okay, alright, it's probably Shiva. Classic Final Fantasy summon. Often has a role in the story. For some reason was 2 motorbikes in 13. Is back to normal in this one. Sorry, no, it's not 2 motorbikes in 13, is it? It's like twins that become a motorbike or something. 13 was weird, man. Anyway, yeah, but what is Shiva, a primal's connection with this Lady Iceheart, who sounds just like a normal person, really? Well, like Rama, this is a little bit different to a normal primal. Or Ramuh, sorry. To hear them speak, they truly believe they can resurrect Shiva. But that can't be possible, can it? It can't. So, Shiva is being... So Shiva is like... well, we'll just play the game. It will tell us. Let's assume Tremor has no idea. Resurrect Shiva? When he says resurrect, does he just mean bring the primal out? Or does he mean something else? Is Shiva something more than a primal? The answer to that is yes. Well, we'll see. It's funny, actually, playing through this now, realizing it's kind of a complicated little web of things to describe, actually, with the whole Lady Iceheart Shiva thing. Because there's Lady Iceheart, there's Shiva, and then there's the prime... Well, whatever. Alphinaud, I come bearing grave tidings. More akin to good King Moogle? Yes, in a way, absolutely. I think you're totally right about that. Ah, you've returned. What news have you for us? It seems Lady Iceheart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Yeah, I love that as well, because she's always like a beautiful lady, but deadly and dangerous, and there you see. So who is this Shiva the heretic spoke of, asks Alphinaud. Who is Shiva? Have you not read a single line of the Enchiridion, Master Alphinaud? The Enchiridion? That's in this game? Shiva was a traitor to kith and kin, an apostate who laid down with dragons. Okay, so my tweet I once put, well, one of the last tweets, well, that's probably not true, but when I first played this, I threw a tweet up. I was like, oh, you know, the Guild Wars story's nice, but quite sanitized. Meanwhile, here's Final Fantasy talking about Shiva having sex with a dragon. And this is what I was alluding to here. The story is actually not that they, you know, this is their view of it. This is their propagandized, warped, fucked up retelling of it, where they're like, ew, she lays with dragons. You'll actually see that it's a very beautiful story, this is, and a really cool story. Both beautiful and cool, I think. But according to these guys, she's an apostate who lay with dragons. Outrageous. They're mortal enemies and she's sleeping with them. Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scripture so well, particularly when it concerns the patron saints of heretics, says Haurchefant. Thank you, Haurchefant. Wait, you say she is their patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. Lord Haurchefant, what was the caravan's cargo? If I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge has requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Do you not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva as a beast tribe with a primal. Why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Haurchefant, you would agree that discretion is of paramount concern? Of course. I love that thing that you can notice she's not an Elezen if you're paying close attention. Or closer attention than I usually would. I trust we can count on your continued support, Master Alphinaud. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is a given. I will need to send word to my brethren in Revenant's Toll. Our entire order must put its efforts to the prevention of this summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I'm sure you would not miss for this for the world. Absolutely not. I'll fight another primal. So, she's like good King Moogelmog in that it's like this historical character. Shiva was a person years and years and years ago. She's dead. She's a historical figure. But these people seek to re-summon her as a primal through prayer and crystal. But what does that mean? Because primals exist in the Aether, right? They're formed in the Aether through belief? Can anyone become a primal? I don't really know how that works. Like when Tremor dies in 1,000 years, could they resummon me as a primal? So what is Tremor's soul at that point? I don't know how any of that works. Woe betide the heretic that crosses Alphinaud. The persistent attacks on our caravan. So that's a bit why I like King Moogelmog. King Moogelmog is this figure of folklore and legend, right? That they resummoned. But it's not really going to be it. It's going to be a monstrous devil thing that tries to mind control everyone. The persistent attacks on our caravan seemed little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After apprising Minfilia, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Tremor, join me at White Brim Front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Durandare have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It's my hope they have information which may help us to determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Drillamont, should be eager to oblige us, and I'll see you there then. Yeah, good. Alright. I'll see you there then. Catch you later, Skater. Do you have any dialogue, Haurchefant, during this? Heretics, Javanians, old familiar enemies. This is something beyond all imagination. Alright. So we don't have to report to Minfilia, we just have to go to Lord Drillamont. Is that the one quest they cut? Was there a mini quest where we go back to Minfilia and then we come back? Man, I'm really enjoying this. I think I'm really enjoying it because I know that we're building to very good stuff. Also, there's been a good amount of cutscenes and dialogue, voice acting and stuff. We might have gotten over the hump, guys. Then again, there is a whole character and storyline I know is upcoming in 2.5 and 5.5. I wonder how tedious that feels. I guess we'll see. It's not a good mindset to go into it with, is it really? Just how tedious are things going to be? You're not 100% sure whether primals exist while they aren't summoned? Well, they suggested in ARR earlier that Ifrit did exist in the Aether before it was summoned, and it was just being called forth. And it, like, knew things that we, you know, it knew that, oh, sorry, they did that with Titan. Knew that some of the other primals had been killed or whatever. I don't know, maybe that's just, like, sort of a weird line we shouldn't think about. Just so you know, my men have already started to arrive. Captain Ilberd always keeps a few braves at the ready in case of emergencies. Good job, Ilberd! What a legend! Commander Levieur's assessment is most troubling. If he is correct, Isa now poses a threat to Ishgard at large. By what means do these heretics travel so quickly? We must know. Every attempt to apprehend them will be doomed to fail. Okay. Alright, Drillamon. I quite like Drillamon, you know. He was pretty rough at the start, but he endeared to me. Not as much as Haurchefant, but, you know. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn wish to join the hunt for Isart. Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We're all ears, Lord Drillamont. A band of pilgrims was last seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, that self-same frozen wall which we have speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirm our suspicions. I've heard enough. My knights will join the hunt, says Amaric. Alphino says, I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to Whitebrim Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you'll agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. It would be our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Emmerich, to coordinate. And so it begins, my friend. Though I dare say it will prove an all too brief collaboration, Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Lights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Maybe Maybe Lord Drillamont has one in mind? Okay. This is going to be United Ishgardian Crystal Brave attack on Snowcloak. Here it is. Look at this. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Maybe there's... 14 likes to deliberately be inaccurate with info sometimes. The example you just gave with Shiva and propaganda. Yeah, but that was from Ifrit himself. I don't know, it seemed quite definitive. I agree, though. It doesn't really mesh with what I know about the rest of the story. I thought that it was pure wish fulfillment. Like, when you summon a primal, you're just imagining, you're just collectively praying for this thing to be, and therefore it is. It's nothing more than that. It's just Aether taken form. The idea that it's something underneath that always exists is quite captivating, though, because then there's an idea of a character that learns and is just waiting to be summoned. And that's definitely what ARR suggested, but I don't know. Anyone wants to provide any thoughts on this, let me know in the comments. Curious if T.S. Bowman will have some thoughts on that when he gets here. He's still catching up slowly at the moment, though. Yes, yes. Excellent. Excelente. Ah, look. White hair. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there is aught else you would have us do, pray speak, and it shall be done. Hair melting like snow. Or like melting snow, I should say. That was a lovely little description, wasn't it? Way better than it could ever appear rendered in-game. It seems as though we are always one step behind, our quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess for having certain doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yield yet the same results. Fortunately, we're not without other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Guillaume? We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts. Yeah, this was the evil guy that was... I forgot, I still can't remember. Who's the famous, like, witch hunter guy? Anyway. A fanatic that was killing people. He was the villain during the ARR story. As is the question of what steps might be taken to prevent such a similar breach of security in the future. Accordingly, we've conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in Whitebrim Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If this man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause, he will have taken note of the movements of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, he may intend to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Gentremont in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere, simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which can endanger our plans. Okay. So we're just gonna... It's a honey trap. The Third and the Temple Knights have begun their search. All that remains is to wait. Sending his forces to Whiterun Front prior to his own arrival, your commander is certainly as decisive. Yes, he is. That's Alphinaud for you. See how the skies darken, even the weather is geared against us. That guy's called Elassian. I thought it was called Estinian for a second. Of course, you might be wondering about Estinian. I think there's a little moment here. If I'd finished Dragoon already, there'd be a slight dialogue tweak, but very minor. Oh, look, it's Dark Ixion! The story of why this is in the game, we will get to way down the line. He doesn't look as cool here as he does in 10. He needs to look more broken and fucked up. But still. Any Dark Aeon is happy by my reckoning. You know what? I wish they had changed the models of like Ifrit, Garuda, Titan, all the extreme primals to be like the Dark version. It could have been... instead of calling them extremes, they could have called it like Dark Ifrit and Dark Garuda and Dark... You know, in an anthology nod to 10. That would have made me so... You know, wouldn't that be cool? Oh... Do everything the same. The fight's the same, the mechanic, the idea, everything's the same. But just slightly recolored, the enemies. It would have been just like how 10 works, you know, the Super Bosch version. The suspected heretic leaves through the southwestern gate. Weirdly enough, you could probably, via add-ons, you could have Penumbra reskin them. And there's probably a way you can rename certain missions or whatever. But it wouldn't be the same. That's just regular Ixion, is it? I thought regular Ixion looked a bit brighter than that. Maybe you're right. You should see an FF11 Ixion. Now that's a screwy model. Really, there's Ixions in 11. The heretic follows the road east. Oh, look, if I didn't have a minimap here, guys, this would be like a Morrowind moment. "10 hours," it says, primals are just the collective thoughts and emotions of their summoners. Yeah, that's the way I would rather think of it, and what I think the story 99% of the time treats it as. Maybe that was just a weird moment in Era. The suspected, or as was also proposed in chat, it's just an unreliable narrator for a second. The suspected heretic heads south. In fact, Heaven's Ward itself, and this Lady Iceheart stuff itself, is going to very explicitly talk about this. Because I think the story, this isn't really spoilery, but I think the story here is these heretics genuinely think they're bringing the real Shiva back. But it's not. And they don't get that. And I think that's going to be a big part of the story. And we already learned that, really, with the Mughals. I think the Mughals taught us something fundamental about primals and the way people summon them. And Rama did a little bit as well, in that not all primals can be rampaging monsters. Here we go, we're hiding behind this rock. These are very big open fields, and we've been blatantly following this guy, but we've managed to stay out of sight somehow. Hey! Hey! Where in the seven hells are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off here! I'm here, you blundering oaf! Why are you late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to the... Bloody echo. Lower your voice, or they'll hear us in Whiterun Front. Yes, yes, of course. The Temple Knights are in Snowcloak. This is what you bring me? We already knew about them. Our comrades in the Boulder Downs will use the tunnel. They're dead before they know what's happening. Nevertheless, if you waste my time again, is that clear? Oh, we can't quite hear everything, guys. I hope you all appreciate the, that I didn't just say mumble mumble. We should have done it that way. Mumble mumble? What does mumble mumble mean, guys? Brighter, am I calling Ixion dumb? Yeah. He's not the brightest bulb. Oh, he wouldn't like me saying that, would he? Knowing it's all electric. She's real to me. Well, look, I am being a little bit spoilery because there's an added twist to this Shiva thing, obviously, that really has them convinced that it's real. And we'll see the added twist before the end of this episode, I'm sure. an added wriggle to the way this primal works as opposed to the others. Well, did your investigation bear fruit? Kind of. He's definitely a heretic. I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. Would that you had heard their words more clearly. Yet the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the heretics are aware of our operation and confident they can thwart it. Their comrades in the Boulder Downs are key to their plans, which means it's a key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. Indeed. What do I get here? Bacon bread! Soft dough mixed with thick sliced bacon and twisted into a pattern resembling a sheaf of wheat. Oh my god, that's quite mouth-watering, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Give me some bacon bread. We have long suspected that the heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you overheard, I fear Snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways, and that the heretics in the Boulder Downs are planning to use them to take our forces unawares. Needless to say, we can't allow it to happen. A contingent of House Durandare Knights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching for the heretics at once. But knowing nothing of our enemy's numbers or readiness, I cannot say for sure that they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease if you consent to assisting my knights with the search. I know they would take courage for the presence of so storied a warrior. Pray rendezvous with them in the Boulder Downs. If Halonia is kind, we'll have shit sorted out. Okay. Where's the Boulder Downs? All the way over here. Okay. It's probably best for us just to mount and travel there directly, actually. There might be a way to go back into Gridania in the north or something. There's a few moments like that in Limsa, particularly, but I don't think that's too necessary here. It would have been cool if I'd leveled Dragoon up for this, actually, I think. Playing a Dragoon through all this story. Excellent work, 10 out of 10. Thank you, thank you. Let me just bask in that. Drink in your applause there. Lovely, lovely applause. Maybe I can level it between episodes. Maybe. I don't really remember how much 2.5 and 2.5.5 has here. But one of them I'll be doing White Mage. It's not going to change the story in any major way. It's just going to be a vaguely nice theme thing. So, aha, dead bodies. And the people who did it. Oi, over here! Try and aggro them. Bring them over to these. Oh god, I got stunned. Oh my god, oh my god. Ow, the pain. Holy shit. Well, we knocked them out. I think this is... Oh, there's multiple waves. Where this one? Fallen Heretics effects. Okay, we found his effects. What does it say here? Discovered on the body of a slain heretics, this yellowing document is covered in complex code of seemingly random letters and numbers. Cipher. Something for us to decipher here. Probably tell us. I mean, I know where this is leading. It's taking us to the dungeon of Snowcloak. I just don't know how long it's going to take us. Well, we could probably have a little look-see here on the wiki. 7, Astral, Error, MSQ Quests. Oh, it's next. Okay, it's literally like 2 seconds. Because I was thinking we were gonna have a bunch to decipher this thing now, but no, it's coming up. Hello, Julamon. My knight sent no word of you coming. What has happened? What's that in your hand? Here, look. Mystery. By the Fury, those were veterans with years of service. And now they lie dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered and... No, we have not the men to spare. Not now, not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics you dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager that they're on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems that the traitor you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. Yeah, I thought that was a little bit suspicious. You were very confident there. The parchment you recovered is a timetable of the guardsmen's watches at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before he aroused our suspicions. We'd caught him sooner. With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They would use the tunnels with impunity and prepare their ambush. The timetable's not changed, you see. Of course, it will be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Durandare must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Alright. So we've been forced into action. Off to Snowcloak we go, the path of the righteous. Time is of the essence, Tremor. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies in Snowcloak unawares. Superior training and equipment will avail them naught if they're cut down ere the swords are drawn. But all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Aymeric everything we've discussed. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, guys. The music in this dungeon is amazing. I might speak a little bit less, just because I want people to listen to the music. Also, what we could do is we could go... Oh, I was advised about setting my UI up. UI settings... It's hard, probably. Display HP percentage. You guys wanted that on, didn't you? So I'll turn that on. But yeah, if I go to system config, audio, is there no way to disable the battle music? I guess not. Like when you're fighting a boss, that way we could just have the song continuing uninterrupted. Right. I've built it up too much now, I'm sure, actually. But I like it. I feel like in a lot of Final Fantasy games, there's like an icy moment, like a frosty little adventure bit, and the music's always really good. They always do this great, like, twinkling noise. Oh my god, did I talk about, did I rant about this in a stream or video at any point? But I heard the song. There's a song, from who was it? Is it Have a Nice Life? I think it might have been, but I talked about them a while ago in videos. But I found there's an MTG card, a Magic the Gathering card called the Lords of Tressorhorn, which is, and like the lore is, I can't really remember. It's something like these great ancient lords are snowed in and melted out. Basically, like their keep is frosted over in like some great ice age. But they have like some undead servant that lived with them, and everyone's dead, and that one undead servant like basically becomes the king of the keep. He's the Lord of Tressorhorn. This keep of ice with this undead king in it or something. That's like Magic the Gathering. Anyway, they wrote a song about it called Lords of Tressorhorn. And if you're into the genre, oh my god, it's so good. And I was like, wow, I can't believe these guys have even done songs about like Magic the Gathering, which I'm not really into, but it's got this really amazing like twinkling sound effect, like layered in it, which, you know, kind of that icy vibe. And this song at Snowcloak kind of does it as well in a big way as well. Enable battle music and system. Yeah, I just looked at that. It's not enabled. I don't want it enabled. I would want because dungeon boss music is not the same as regular battle music. Sir Aymeric, he's over there. Have words with the man if you must. We shall speak anon. Speaking of MTG, have you seen the MTG X Final Fantasy? I've seen a little bit. I saw a character from this game, Emmett Selk, who... has anyone been watching this Let's Play wondering how long it would take that name to come up? Like, one of the best characters in this game, but don't worry, we're miles away from him. Like, miles and miles. Anyway, there's a thing of him in the Magic the Gathering thing, and I saw Tidus and Yuna, which is kind of lame, to be honest. I don't really like the art, and I'd rather that they have separate cards. There's also, like, that video game trading card game for Final Fantasy, isn't there? And I think there's a lot of interesting cards on that. Usually when I go to the wiki and I look at like an obscure topic about like one of my favorite games, like some weird thing, they'll have like interesting concept art for it and stuff, and it's because of the virtual trading card game. Or like one of the mobile games or something. And it's like, wow, man. I know, I've also seen someone with a bunch of like merch and like trinkets and things. Like, here's my FFX collection. And they'll include like a card or whatever, or they get like fake cards printed, which I think is a cool idea. I'm not too into merch and whatever, but it's quite cool. There was a guy messaging me over this summer on Discord who was desperate for really interesting Guild Wars 2 merch. I guess has a lot of cash to spare. And he was spending like a lot of money on whatever he could find Guild Wars merch. He originally messaged me because he wanted to buy a Guild Wars 1 skill pin. And I said, oh, no, I'm not going to sell mine or anything, thanks very much. But I told him about some cool collectible items. I told him about, like, the Eve action figure that I've got, and that there was a whole set. I told him about, like, the Chinese collector's edition of Guild Wars 2, which is something I've always wanted, and the mug you got for it, and the alternate Ritlock. He ended up getting in contact with an ex-Guild Wars 1 dev who did a whole big Reddit post. So this summer, so the whole thing sort of daisy-chained along, and ended up with a Guild Wars 2, an ex-Guild Wars 2 dev, or ex-Guild Wars 1 dev, did a Reddit post where he said, hey guys, I'll give you my merch. Drop me a message on Reddit and I'll ship you some stuff. So there was kind of a bit of a free-for-all, which was very, very, very nice of him. I sent him a DM like a week or two later, but I was too late and he didn't get back to me, and you know, that's fine, that's whatever. But yeah, so there is, I am interested in merch, but only when it's kind of rare and kind of special. I don't give a fuck about collecting the PS2 edition and the PS3 edition and the PS3 Pro edition and fuck that. That's, you know, I wouldn't want to fall into any commercial trap like that. But genuinely rare or interesting novelties, like the Eve figure, which one day I will do an unboxing on, I promise, guys. I think that stuff's cool. And maybe the Magic the Gathering cards are kind of cool. It's funny, Rocker in there in chat. Last year, I messaged Rocker about this. There was a new edition of like the Lord of the Rings cards, and they were going to print one ring, and both of us bought a booster pack. He bought a booster pack. I've bought a booster pack. It's in a drawer over on the left. I still haven't opened it. I have one of these booster packs, and I like to think it's got a really good card in there, like one of the Elven Rings or something. But I've still got it just over there. Anyway, we're at disadvantage here. We should linger no longer than necessary. I might give the pack to one of my brothers, actually. Because I feel like that's quite a cool gift now, actually, for someone. An unopened pack that might have... Or it's a terrible gift, I don't know. Because I feel like, really, what you should do is hold on to it and never open it. Or sell it on eBay in, like, 10 years, unopened. But I reckon he'd just tear into it, realise there's nothing in it, and then that would be it. And it would be completely underwhelming. Tremor, this is a welcome surprise, perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden... Sorry about that, that was a little interlude there. You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics may be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. Has Commander Leveilleur been informed? The Braves must be made aware. Okay, I'll make them aware. Here you go, Alphino. Oh look, Yu Hase is here. God bless whoever designed this uniform. I would have frozen to death by now if it wasn't for this great coat. Yeah, they are very good, aren't they? Do they keep you cool in hot climates, though? That's the question. Would it be unethical if you sold your ArenaNet partner trophy? Wait, what's that? What's an ArenaNet partner trophy? Do I have one of those? It must be here. I'm certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? 'Tis but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Yeah, the one ring did get found, yeah, but the great rings, exactly. I don't know whether they're all accounted for. If they're not all accounted for, you know, oh, the magic of that. It's quite exciting, isn't it? Confound it, this is all wrong. Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins while we should be rightly straining every sinew to find her and stop this damnable summoning. There she is! Who said that? Oh. Come here, girl. Whoa, what? Oh, they think Alphino? They thought Alphino was Iceheart? Or they thought Ida was Iceheart? That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? No, they thought it was Alphino, and then she interrupted. Only my pride, Ida. There will be others nearby. We must see that they're given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Levier. Papalymo's here. Hey, the gang. There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we've secured the entrances to some half-dozen tunnels after spotting the enemy breaking the surface. But that's not all, sir. We think one of them may be important. Certainly, the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Aha! Just as I suspected. Amongst this warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Iceheart's lair. Some of the others were going in. A moment, Alphino! The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what is waiting for us in there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we enter the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. Yeah, it's a terrible idea, Alphino. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be more a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. A change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Aymeric and keep the heretics at bay here, you will go wherever that tunnel leads. If you find Iceheart at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see to it that you're prepared for anything. I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many, or Papalymo will sulk. God, I got totally distracted in my mind there. With the back half of that conversation, because they talked about people being in a cave being a hindrance to each other's escape. I read the most horrifying story about some kids that went caving, and like they swam through like this little tunnel, like a U-bendy tunnel, and it's quite deep and quite far, but they go through and they all end up in a chamber on the other side, and they do their exploring or whatever, they're done, and then they decide they've got to go back, so they're on their way out. So they have a plan, which is someone swims through, gets out on the other side and is fine, and then and then the next person goes, and the next person goes, and the next person goes, and there were like 4 of them, and the last person is told, look, we'll ring you or whatever, I don't know, they have a walkie-talkie or something maybe, but we'll contact you when we're through, and then you know it's okay to come through, and then we'll all be through. But what happened was the first person that swam through, like there was a slight like V section or whatever, and they went the slight wrong way, and then they had to turn around. They end up drowning in this narrow corridor deep underground. They drown, but they blocked the passage. So then this next kid goes through, expecting to be fine, but can't scramble past the drowned person in front of them. Can you imagine the panic you would feel at that point? So then they also drowned, and then the third person went through and also drowned. So all 3 of them got stuck in the tunnel underwater. All 3 of them drowned. And then the 4th person knew there was this plan, don't go until you get confirmation, and they never had confirmation, so they were stuck down there, and they found a way to contact the people outside, and they got out, they survived, the last person, but they got stuck alone, just with this puddle of water in front of them. Not sure what, how horrifying is that? Absolutely tragic. Dude, caving stories really, really rock me, and I really, oh god, they're so, you know, there's the whole nutty putty thing as well with that guy upside down. But Jesus Christ, there's some horrifying stuff. And they just mentioned that there, it's Snowcloak, and I just completely got distracted there. Yes, if you're feeling a bit horrified, it is Halloween, guys. Enjoy the horrible story. The entrance to the tunnel, sir, it's just over here. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we never would have noticed it. Per Aymeric's orders, we will stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. Don't worry, guys. No such thing will happen to Tremor here. This is just a beautiful, gorgeous ice cave with plenty of space. Not claustrophobic at all. All right, so I will go to the party finder. I'm going to play Bard this time, I think. We haven't done Bard in a dungeon for a while, have we? Bard is level 56, Paladin is 54, White Mage is 53, still keeping on up very well, to be honest. Yeah, let's do Bard. Okay. Party finder, and I appreciate that makes it a little bit harder for you guys who have to fill all the other roles. I promise I will be healing more when we get it up. Not trials. I'm so used to doing trials, Jesus. Snowcloak! Spuds. Recruit members. Let's min-eye level it as well, because they're really fun min-eye level. Oh my god, that was a quick join, wasn't it? So let's see what it says here. Snowcloak. Formed in the aftermath of the calamity, the Great Ice Wall has long been thought an impenetrable barrier between Central and Western Kurthus. In truth, however, the wall is riddled with hidden tunnels, which Iceheart and her followers have used as a base of operations. You've been tasked with exploring one such tunnel in the hopes that it will lead you to the heretics' leader. Yet what dangers await are anyone's guess. Yeah, we're at the edge of the map. There is more Kurthus. Look at it. What about this area, the Western Kurthus? That is in the expansion, guys. That's one of the expansion maps. And Dravania Beyond, which is where the Sharlayans used to live before they left. Abalathia's Spine, a massive mountain range, and a bunch of maps in the sky. It's all the expansion. Okay. So, min-eye level. Good luck, everybody. In we go. Great, now I'm claustrophobic. Yeah. Oh god, here we go. It's so peaceful and tranquil in here, you know? And it's not even a dungeon fighting loads of, like, let's eat the bacon bread, by the way. It's not even a dungeon filled with fighting loads of heretics and stuff. And dragons. It's just, like, peaceful wildlife stuff. It's so cool in here. I love this place. Hello for everyone. Let's turn the game, the combat sounds down a bit. So we've got Snowcloak Gaboos. Some Spriggans. Yeah, and if you like this kind of vibe, and if you like sort of, you know, have a nice life, definitely check out Lords of Tressorhorn. It's got a very epic feel to it as well. Epic fantasy feel. There's another song a lot like this in the Shadowbringers expansion, but it's really sad. Basically, that storyline starts. That storyline takes place far away. Let me just say that. It starts in this trench, in a trench, and it ends in a trench. And you get the same song both times you're there. Oh my god, and it's heartbreaking. It's such a good song. I used to listen to that. After I did those streams on that, I put that on YouTube and just listened to that song many times. And it kind of sounds a lot like this. I can't remember the name of it. Does anyone remember the name of that song? I think it appears in the in one of the... I think it's got Alpha in the name. Let me just say that. I think it's a song associated with Alpha, and they brought back for Shadowbringers, something like that, maybe. All right, we got any keys? Oh yeah, we do. Opening the door. No. Oh, somebody found it. I think I just heard it get collected. Maybe. No, we have no keys. Oh, it's open. Yeah, it's okay. Do I know Lahi? Yeah, I mean, that song you guys were obsessed with. Everyone was obsessed with me hearing Lahi. It's a good song. The Ratika Greatwood song, right? I felt like that was a weird bit of the story because there wasn't too much content in the forest there. I have very, very clear memory of that stuff. Man, that expansion was something else, eh? Oh, look, and you get the string instrument as well. It's going to get interrupted now, though, by this guy. Snowdrift. What's this? Oh god, I don't know. I don't know what the mechanics are. I can't remember. Oh, okay. So he blew winds. What was the telegraph for that, though? I must have missed it. I think I got hit by it. Frost bomb. Should we hit that? Probably, right? I don't want to stand near it when it dies. Cold wave. Well, that's easy enough. Just don't stand in that. That looked cool, though, with his hand. Snowdrift again. What's my telegraph for that? I'm going to just stand on the Picto. Were we okay? Did it just hit everyone? Oh, maybe it's just a raid wipe. Maybe? I'm going to feel like an idiot if that's not the case. No, look, I've been frozen. Ice has begun to form on my gear. A stack of 4 will result in deep freeze. Oh. I'm going to get hit by that. Oh my god, look at that big bright flash there. Well, let's get our dots back on. I've got 2 frost on me now, but pretty much everyone has that. The healer managed to avoid one, I think. Let's sing our songs, boost everyone. Okay, that, we didn't want to be around the outside. I don't know what that was called. Woohoo! Snowdrift again. Oh god, how long until I fully freeze with this? Still only on 2 stacks. That didn't give me a stack, thankfully. I'm going to turn this down a bit, sorry. I don't know whether you can... Oh, you need to move. Oh, you're right. I remember. Yeah, so a normal mechanic in this game is usually with, like, ice-themed stuff. It's as you're getting hit, if you're moving, it won't put a stack on you. If you're standing still, it will. I remember. You're right. That's what it's teaching us. Yeah, that's a common thing. There's like an interplay of those two. There's like fiery attacks, you want to stop moving or it will burn you. Icy attacks, you want to move, otherwise it will freeze you. And there we've got the grace of 3 stacks. Usually it will just insta-freeze though. So there it's given us a bit of a grace period. You're right, thank you. Yeah, that's how it works. And there are some bosses later that play with that. But there's a pretty cool boss that will imbue his attacks and combine it with other animations. And depending on what he imbued, you have to deal with the animation, but also you have to think about whether you need to move or not. And for the fire one, I think you can't even be auto-attacking, by the way. So I actually have sit bound. Oh my god, I ate that. Oh god, I got myself killed. I ate a cone and aggroed these before the tank and just got blown up. Oh, I'm getting teabagged. Oh, no. Oh, God. They add a marker to it in later dungeons. Oh, do they now? Oh, shit. The tank's dead as well. Oh, God. Am I out of combat? Are they going to come at me? I think I'm okay. Whew. Lone survivor, baby. Though now I have weakness when realistically we wouldn't want weakness. Look at this room though, look at this frozen forest. This makes me think of 7, you know, where you just keep getting walking around and it resets the screen you're on. We paid the price for teabagging. Yeah. I chose the wrong moment to look at chat. Also, forgetting it's min-eye level and I cannot aggro first there, I guess. Elementals tend to do a bit more damage than normal mobs. Usually it's okay to press forward a little bit, but absolutely not in this situation. Classic WP moment. In what way? What? Nobody else ever dies in any games? That's unique to me, is it? Rain of Death has got a really nice AoE on it. Like a big radius. I quite like this. I feel like for a long time, this is like having permanent brotherhood. It's not really, but it's nice. I can help people for a long time here. Here's a Hrimthurs. I believe that as well. That's the name of a Morbin 10. One of the punchy guys again. It might be the name of the punchy guy that you find in Gagazet, by the way. And this is kind of Gagazet-y as well here, isn't it? With the icy paths winding their way up. In fact, it's super Gagazet-y. I hadn't even really thought about that. We're talking about nice music in icy areas. I love that Gagazet track as well. But the Gagazet track is like not this vibe, is it? It's lots of strings. Or in the original soundtrack, synthesizers. It is great though, the Gagazet music, my lord. It just doesn't feel very frosty to me. Can confirm you've never died in your life. That's true. I'm going to big shot these. Missed a little bit. I probably could have aimed that a bit better. Like if I'd stood here maybe, probably would have hit them all. I still think it's really cool that when you fight the Ultima weapon and Hydaelyn intercedes, she saves your life, but also she gives you, even with just 4 people, tier 3 limit break. That's so cool, you know. And limit break's kind of one of those weird echo-y mechanics where it's like communion with other people, communion with souls, understanding people's language, souls moving around. And, you know, so there, usually you need a lot of people to reach T3, but she gives you the power to get T3 with just 3 allies. I think that's cool. All right, next boss, the Yeti. Love this guy. I almost did today's thumbnail as him, but I figured when I made the thumbnail, you know, I called it Lady of Ice or whatever it is. I can't remember her title. But it had an image of the Yeti back there, and I was like, oh, that's a bit weird. Because it makes it seem like the Yeti is Shiva, which is obviously very weird. Northern Lilies. Or Northerlies, it just is not lilies, it's just leaves. Okay, so we got balls on the ground. I don't think I want to stand near a ball. I'm going to heal myself. Okay, the big ball blows up. Biggest. So definitely don't be near the big ball. We want to be near the small balls. But I think you've got to hide behind a ball, don't you? Spin. I think there's a thing where we have to hide behind a ball. Okay, so he's going to hit the inside and then the outside. So we want to be on the outside and then the inside. And then we don't want to be standing near anyone for this. And then we can sing again. I do think, I feel like you have to hide behind the ball or something. So here's Northerlies again. Which one's he going to make big? That one? Maybe I just stay the hell away from it. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, what? It's huge! Oh my god. We managed to get out just. A little bit of conservative positioning there. Man, I would love to use a repelling shot to actually evade an AoE at some point. See, what's happened here? Why is my wind bite falling off? Like, desynced. I messed that up somehow. Alright, spin again. It's probably out and then in again. Oh, the boss got reworked. Oh, so that was an old mechanic? But I feel like I've done that mechanic very recently. Is that only in the hard mode, maybe? I'm remembering old mechanic. Very recently, I've done that hide beyond the ball thing. So maybe it's just in another edition or something. Alright, so just stay away from the big one, I guess. Over here is fine again. Ah, what? Oh, he did 2 of them! I think we're okay. Oh, we weren't okay. We were right on the edge. Sorry, that's really annoying. Just as that happened, all my buttons came up, so I was just looking at my skill bar then. I was like, which ones do I want to press? Thinking I was safe. Meanwhile, he quietly built one up. Like, I had this to refresh, this to refresh, this to refresh, and I think I was looking to see if Barrage was up as well, and it wasn't. Some people always hate changes, whether they're good or bad. That is definitely true. I don't like the loss of, like, I don't mind changes, but I'd like optional, I'd like to be able to opt into old editions with stuff quite often. And I do lament very much a lot of the time when MMOs change as much as they do. And some things are lost along the way, you know. All right, look. Oh, I see. He breathed on that and made it big. I see it this time here. Look, we didn't have anything to press. You miss old Kess. Yeah, like, The big thing for me always is the Guild Wars 2 alphas and the convention demos with the energy potions and stuff. Obviously, some ideas are incompatible with the modern game. You couldn't, like collecting traits around the world, for example. That was a really good idea ArenaNet had. They didn't quite nail it on the they didn't quite nail the landing, so then they torpedoed the whole thing, and that's always made me sad because I thought that was a cool mechanic. They just messed it up, you know. They had like early game traits unlocking in late game areas, so it just felt like a mess. It just needed refinement, not the bin. But they overwhelmingly got negative feedback from it, so they bin it. So is he going to do a bunch of balls this time? He's probably going to breathe on loads of them, but he's going to be dead, so we're okay. Nice. Boom. Oh, he looks so sad, dead there. I really want an add-on that stops the corpses disappearing like that. I did ask in the Dalamud Discord about it, and people said it's totally possible and could be done. But, you know, all the devs have got their own projects that they want to do, obviously. You can't begrudge them that. Holy shit, we messed them up. Maybe the sprites are just really weak. But yeah, one of the reasons this will be a monster episode is it's 19 quests, a dungeon integrated, and we've got the extreme. Now listen, the extreme on this one, guys, a lot of you have been saying is easier, which actually could be kind of cool, but we'll see. I'm still going to do min-eye level with Echo on it. And if we one-shot it like the ultimate weapon, or we like a couple shot it like Leviathan, oh, I should have used Rain of Death there. Let's see. Then, fair enough. But mostly I want to experience that fight with the music intact. It's going to be badass. And yeah, oh, I don't have to beat around the bush. Shiva. The fight will be Shiva. Of course. Or Primal Shiva, maybe we should specify. Yeah, and this game's gone through so many changes, like with its balance and the homogenization of all the classes and the removal of TP and the removal of different elements and all that stuff. Want to try to get the mount. What mount? Most extremes, by the way, when you beat them, there's a chance that they'll drop a mount, right? Isn't it dogs or something? I think the way that they do it, Kerry was telling me about this the other day, but basically it's like each expansion, like one expansion, all the extremes are like dogs. The other one, they're all dragons. The other one, they're all cats or something. I don't know. Oh, so I think we've had a chance to get the mounts. I think there was probably a mount with Leviathan. There was a mount. We got that barding. This one is horses. There you go, yeah. And then if you get all the horses or all the dogs or whatever, there's one final badass one, which I think is a really cool reward scheme, by the way. Like there's all the mounts, and then there's like the meta mount. And of course, if you're coming to the game years later, you can just unsync them all, and it's kind of boring. Because you can just destroy them. But at the time, I think it's quite exciting, actually. I would have loved getting the big mount each X back. You'd have your guild or whatever, and then you would... I guess we'll hold the limit break here. Your free company, and you'd work away together on the extremes. Learn to beat them, and then grind them until everyone gets the mount. The final horse is a Kirin. Actually, that's just splitting hairs. But I think the last one is like extra shiny or something. I don't know, actually. But yeah, so there's like a mega dog. Needless to say, I have none of those, and I've never gotten any of them because I haven't been doing the extremes. I don't know whether raiding has an equivalent. Is raiding just for the gear? I know ultimates give you ludicrously flashy weapons. Field operations can give you armor, maybe? I don't know. The extremes give you mounts. What's my carrot for raiding? You like the Dawn Trail ones? Yeah, what is it now? What's the new animal? So far there's only one trial out for Dawn Trail, right? Well, no, I guess not actually. There's all the story ones and now a new one. So I guess you can get a bunch in Dawn Trail already. Is that right? Because there'll be 3 story bosses, plus the newest thing. And the newest trial I know the name of, and I've seen it. And it's the name of a summon. So I'm really curious what that means for, like, primals and stuff. Oh, Dawn Trail has wings. Oh, the people I see flying, like Guild Wars wings, I see. That's cool. So are people, like, fervently speculating? Here we go. Fragrance of the Apostate. Sorry, Finger of the Apostate. Here, I think we're finally fighting maybe some heretics there, looking in their dragon form. Are people, like, fervently wondering what the final wings will look like? Is that the idea? This is called the Door to Oblivion. Here we go. Final boss, guys. So this is Fenrir. He appears in a lot of the games. In my 12 Let's Play, we're about to be where Fenrir is as a hunt. We're right next to Fenrir. Sort of. I don't know. We didn't actually beat the Salika Wood, did we? For the next area. Okay, 1,000 Years Storm. What is that doing? That's an AoE. I just hate that I can't faint. Reactively pressing a button before those is, like, so fun, and I can't do anything. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, no, this is the thing. Don't you hide behind the ice on these ones? This is the thing. You hide behind the ice in here. And then they blow up, so stay away from them. That's right. And move, I guess, as well, because otherwise you get frozen. Our tank has been frozen. Uh-oh. I can't provoke to save him. He's getting tank busted. Oh, did he just invuln? He might have. No, he didn't. He managed to get healed, though. All right, let's sing. Let's put dots up. I promise, guys, I'm much better with the uptime of these things when I'm not speaking while playing. I promise. He used his mitts. Yeah, put your mitts on. Your mitts. Oh, he says save me. I don't know how. Can the Wanderer's Paean help you with this? Oh, I'm going to be in that. See, I just have the luxury on this class, on this rock. Okay, so now some of the crystals, like, I'm going to die here. This crystal is not good. I'm dead. I think. Yeah. Basically, the glowing, fucked up crystals will not save you. So there was only one good crystal there. The tank's dead, I'm dead. I realized it, but I was on the literally the opposite side of the arena when I saw, so I thought, fuck it, we'll just try here. Oh man, see, I never really even hear this song get to this bit. Oh my god, Fenrir just rocked Rocker there. Oblivion, you saw a mud crab the other day, horrible creatures. Oh my god, man. I cannot wait to get to Oblivion. I've been in a very Oblivion-y mood recently. Okay, the past week and a half I've been in a Minecraft-y mood, but before that, time to unlock Ultra Instinct. Yeah, you can do it. We just the heat. That's a lot of health to get through, actually. Good luck, guys. It's weird that the health bar, it changes the cursor when you mouse over it, like you can click it or interact with it in some way, but oh, I guess you can click. That's a weird way of targeting, isn't it? Never really done that. I can see that Fenrir is targeting the tank, and the tank is targeting Fenrir. So I can quickly target the tank by clicking that up there. Oh my god, we're recovering, it seems. We have LB. Right, let's sing. I think this one is... oh god, I clicked pretty bad there. We want to move through that. Yeah. Oh my god, we're back up, guys. Well done. Heaven's Ward Roar. I don't want to be near that, wherever that is. Is he going to do... I think I'll be... Next time I see he jumps into the middle, I'm going to go somewhat into the middle as well. Because that gives me equidistant, you know, run time to all the crystals. So no matter which crystal is the bad one, is the good one, I'll be alright. Here we go. Look, they're summoning now. So this one is the safe one. Look how easy that is. It's just pre-positioning. It's much like with Leviathan, you know. I think even the good one will shatter, though, so we don't want to be too close to it. Yeah. Awesome. Mechanics. Maybe we can LB here? Should we do upgraded Big Shot? I mean, fuck it. Desperado. Boom. But that's pretty cool, actually. Is that double crossbows I'm holding there? 1,000 Year Storm again. Just going to keep running around. I really want this weakness to leave. I'll help the healer out there with a second wind. Yeah, and he looks cool, doesn't he? He's like a kitsune or whatever. Is that what that is? Multiple-tailed dog of legend? Is that a kitsune? Like Ninetales? He's Frosty Ninetales. Or she, maybe. The tail looks like feathers, actually. He's an ice wolf. Well, yeah, I can see that. Alright, this one over here. Oh, you do get loads of time, actually. Look at how long that takes. Oh, nice. That was pretty good. I got all four into. I got 2 sets of double weaves there. Ecliptic bite. It's crazy. What's with the word oblivion and eclipse? Oh, I guess eclipse isn't necessarily an apocalyptic thing. This feels a bit weird, actually, that there's no story about this boss or anything. No, what is this? Is this Iceheart's dog? Let's say it is. It's a shame almost, because I feel like Fenrir could have been used for a much bigger story point or, like, content piece later. Crystal's coming down one more time. And it's this one. Army's Payon is up. And as soon as you see the cast bar is done, you're probably safe to move. If I'd LB'd earlier, we could have got it back now at this point. Dun, dun, dun. Nice, there we go. Snowcloak down. Here we go, guys. Beauty. I should always sync that with a right before a duty complete. Anything? No? Oh, well, nice stuff, guys. Obviously, see you again in a second with the Extreme. It is 5 quests away, apparently.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light. Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am.
So she's not actually speaking to us there, right? She's like communing with our minds. Do I know who you are? Well, Lady Iceheart.
I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart.
Oh no, she is actually speaking. I guess it's just echoey. Sorry, I thought she was using the echo. Oh, echoey. Oh.
This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light.
Well, what do you mean? We're just trying to stop you with these petty conflicts.
I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost.
Cost?
In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
I love that this music was composed so long ago that they never stop using it, right? So yeah, she has an Aetheryte in there to TP around the Great Ice Wall. It's pretty cool. I wish there'd been a little bit more, you know, exposition about the big wall of ice. It's a cool setting for her. There you go, Alphinaud. That took longer than expected. What news, Tremor? Wow. Why don't you get in there and do it, eh? What combat have I seen you participate in? So Iceheart is but a pseudonym, not that it matters. That she managed to... So her real name's Izael. That she managed to escape is regrettable. But from your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you have cleared a path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhap they will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for their fight against the heretics? Now, I believe in the next expansion, in the first expansion, you do actually go back into Snowcloak from the other side. I think that's a thing. The Crystal Braves would certainly share the credit for it too. 12 be praised, Tremor. We may yet turn this situation to our advantage. Assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Minfilia and Urianger have been busy perusing the archives of House Fortomp, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report on the day's event, don't. The antecedent should be here any minute. I can only assume some people enjoy suspecting themselves to this cold. Okay. Well, there you go. So Minfilia's coming here. Oh, well, there's Emmerich. There she is. Oh, and she's in a nice outfit. Oh! Antecedent. You've come straight from the archives of House Fortomp. I trust your time here proved fruitful. Yeah, look, so they've got her changing her outfit. Why not Alphinaud? Would that it had. Urianger and I scout. Maybe they don't want to change his clothes much because the whole twin thing and the matching uniforms or whatever. Not that we've seen his sister for how long, guys? What the hell is Alisaie doing? She's definitely got a different idea for saving the land. Would that it had. Urianger and I scoured countless texts, but what we found was of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She lay down with the dragon, the gravest of all sins according to Ishgardian faith. Yet in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act, the blessed union of man and dragon. And you're probably thinking to yourself, what do they actually mean there? What? And yet, she didn't literally have sex with the dragon, okay? How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice it to say, I very much doubt that we'll find a useful answer in the House Fortomp. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, though in this case, one wonders if it is by circumstance or design. Oh, so she's suggesting that they're covering history up. You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? I did, yeah. She said she wanted peace. Viewed without prejudice, most would agree that bringing an end to the endless war serves the greater good. And Minfilia says, I think Sir Emmerich might take issue with her methods. Yeah. Well, there he is over there. So could this be, guys, that the Ishgardians are consorting with Ascians and are the bad guys, and the heretics are the good guys? So we want to keep our eye on Emmerich here. I do not care if a few stragglers manage to escape. Until the sappers confirm that that tunnel is safe, the men are not to search it, he says. Yes, Lord Commander. Well, he cares about the safety of his men, at least. What do we think, Alphinaud? I love that shot there of it. Oh, look, he's just going to go ask. You pursue your foes with less zeal than I had expected, Sir Emmerich. Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant that you being a man of faith, that I'd expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Halone that your ancestors came to this land? Why they took up arms against the Dravanians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder? So Alphinaud's view of this war is that these guys were bid by their god to come here, even though the dragons were already here, and therefore there was war. That's Alphinaud's understanding of it. And Emmerich says, there are those who believe that faith is a reunification of free will. Sorry, reunification. Renunciation, that makes sense. Faith is a renunciation of free will. The unquestioning devotion is required of all who would live life in service to the Fury. Halone. Such righteous fervour may well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. But I would not presume to speak for the Knights of Eld. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era, and Scripture tells us only so much. Would that it told us more, says Alphino. Oh, it is good. We're settling into it here, I feel like. Green hair. So, Aymeric isn't such a zealot. Nothing about him smells assy and consorta, does it? Let's be real. That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trait at the negotiating table, to be sure. Less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhap he does not truly believe that Iceheart's plan can succeed. Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. Shiva was real. A living, breathing woman. Of that there can be no doubt. Even good King Mughal-Mog, you can maybe doubt if he was real, right? Good King Mughal-Mog the 12th, the actual good King Mughal-Mog. Like, even that's just legends from heaven or whatever. We don't know if he was actually real. This was a real person. And what, we're going to revive someone in primal form? It's a crazy cool idea. She says, in this respect, she differs from every other figure to have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being good King Mughal-Mog the 12th, the myth made manifest in response to fervent supplication of the Mughal's god. Alphino says, Saint Shiva may differ, but what are the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts, at war with a mighty nation, who yearn for the resurrection of the one who embodies their beliefs. If that is not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is? Crystals and conviction, Minfilia, they have them both in abundance. So Alphino's sure that this will work. Minfilia's thinking, Shiva's real, so is it going to work? And she says, can that truly be all that is required? Wish fulfillment. Look at this. I really like this. This is some good, like, probing of the setting and the rules and the lore. My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis on the Aetheryte Iceheart used to escape. They believe that she teleported to another Aetheryte, somewhere not far to the west. Oh, look at this. The Crystal Brave's coming in handy here. Despite the apparent proximity of this second Aetheryte, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless Iceheart has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route, most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let us not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Sharlayan may be able to assist us. You know, Y'shtola did some pretty good stuff with Titan before. I pray that you're right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. Okay, so what, we're going to go ask the Sharlayans? Didn't Urianger say that he left to Sharlayan? Isn't Urianger over in Sharlayan at the moment? While Minfilia looks into our Aetheryte problem, I would like to request your assistance with another matter. The third unit is currently tracking remnants of the heretic force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly, despite our numbers. Kurthus is vast, and Iceheart's followers know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of this region may serve to hasten the process. By the way, guys, I can't remember. Have we seen Cid since 2.0? Cid, Biggs, and Wedge, right? They're not around. We haven't seen them in any of the patches, right? Am I wrong? So what are they up to? The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for their leader's whereabouts. Also, though it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While though we may have our share of veterans, we have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you, in case you were not aware. Yeah, they're looking up to my fabulous shoes. Look at those there. Beauty. Good, I knew you'd understand. You, Hase, can apprise you of the details. When the task's complete, come and find me at the Observatorium. Captain Ilberd and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments. The Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let us leave them to their work. Okay. It's good to see you out of the Waking Sands, Minfilia. I wonder if the writers at this point, they've made some decisions about Minfilia's story, so they're getting her out and about and moving around. There you are, Tremor. Commander Leveilleur instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the third hail from Uldar, and for a man accustomed to the feel of sand beneath his boots, the crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand, nary a moment ago I received word that the heretics we seek have been spotted making for Danafan Pass. My braves are already in pursuit, and I should be grateful if you join them. I myself will be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I do not earn my coin. Okay. They're busy doing Crystal Tower stuff. Oh, you're right. Yeah, they're hugely in that story, so we won't have seen them. Yeah. If we had spoken to the outlandish man, we would have continued along with Sid, Biggs, and Wedge in a big way. I love singing to these, but I love it even more knowing that it's desynced for you guys listening. Falls, balls, my ankle's on fire. Caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted it as I fell. The others went on ahead. Hurry, you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to go, look for tracks. The snow's fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. Okay. Oh, I actually need to use my brain and look for tracks, do I? Like that one. Wait. What is this? The Rat King. What the hell is this? What on earth is going on there? It made a really weird sound. It looks really weird. Am I having a stroke? Is this a dream? What is that? Yeah, it is. It's the, we were talking about this in the last episode. It's the Final Fantasy VI world map music, yeah. I have no idea what just happened with the Rat King there. Oh, God. Okay. Search for heretics south of Danafan Pass. Oh, no, never mind. We do have a fucking marker. I thought this was being one of those weird special quests where we didn't really get a good telegraph or marker, but we totally do. It's just like way to the south. So I'm just being a dum-dum. I killed the Rat King. Yeah, what the hell? Yeah, because obviously it's like the machine that Terra rides at the start of the game and all that. The tracks lead southwest. Yeah, there's just a couple of footprints. I like this. How are we tracking this? There's a couple of footprints like a mile apart from one another, but we're managing it somehow. Let's just say we're using the Echo. I don't know. Well, here, we could have seen this guy on the horizon, probably. Simon, what are you doing here? The heretics? I'm not sure. There was a great scaled beast and you, Arce, I think? He went east on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. Okay. It's quite the track we've got to follow here. Sodding bluecoats. Sodding heretics. Right, now these guys are mages, I think, so if we stand over here, get them all together. Do the big damage. Interrupt that. Did I get it in time? Well, he's dead. So it doesn't really matter. The hateful Harriers. Weird. It said unable to execute while mounting. I don't think I pressed my mount keybind. You, Hase, you okay? You were a goner there, dude. How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks that I always failed to notice that they had doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. Nice. I thought myself alone, so I started searching the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest, and lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Oh no, he's actually holding a note. That's awesome. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium. Give the signal and wait. The merchant will be watching. Be late and be left for dead. Speaks for itself, does it not? They cannot possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place. So we should restrict our search to the surrounding areas. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I'll need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. Wow. Not too impressed with Yu Hase so far. I haven't really seen him do much. He says he knifed one of them. But he's just making us do all the busy work here. And yeah, of course, the heretics aren't going to be inside the observatorium because, you know, that's good guy territory. And they're the baddies. So that wouldn't make any sense. Suspicious Curthin. You're looking shifty. I am through listening with your excuses. We leave now. Ow! The woods are crawling with those bluecoats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Uh-oh. Yeah, I heard that. Well, stay with him then. You think you'll fare any better? Now, here we go. Nice. Ilberd surrounded him. Now, there's no need for that. Don't be sloppy. Sloppy. Oh my god, and you, Giri? There are places like this in my homeland. Sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Do we ever go to any icy places when we go to Doma? Yet your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it has drunk deep. No! I've done no wrong! None, but meet in secret with the heretics. Deny it all you will. We shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Damn it all! I like how into this he is, considering he's an Alamegan, and this has absolutely nothing to do with what he probably cares about. Fancy meeting you here, Tremor. I presume your work with the Third brought you hither? What a tangled web. Lest you wonder, we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favourite Garlean spy might have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Wow, the two stories are coming together here. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Yugiri and her shinobi, we might have never discovered this common connection. I guess we would have learnt about the shinobi if we did the ninja storyline this patch, right? Master Alphino is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills. Skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I will accompany you until the investigation is complete. That's a most generous offer, Lady Yugiri, and one which I will gladly accept. Thank you, though I may disappear for a time. I know that I shall never be far, and thank you. I shall always be watching. A comforting thought. Come, Tremor. Let us wait inside for Captain Ilberd to return and deliver his report. Okay, so Yugiri's joining this story here now. Continuity ruined? What, because I was saying sloppy? Alright, Alphino. Well, there you go. Captain Ilberd seemed confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when oppressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I'd rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we're spared another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time. The Greater Good, that was called. Tendrils of Intrigue. Oh look, Rabon, Melvib, and Kani are in the image for this one. Why is that? Salutes. Captain Ilberd, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man couldn't tell us naught that we did not already know of Shiva. Great. We have since handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. What? Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired their information on the shipment routes. Go on. You will recall the Flame was first identified as being in the Ivy's employ. From him, we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step of detaining all suspected of custody. There were 5 on our list, including a Flame stationed at the Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the particulars of which he would share with the benefactors, thereby ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Forton. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. None other. With little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that's one mystery solved at least, but what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to prizing off his mask? I dare say we are. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say the agent is among Rabon's innermost circle? Someone who has been with him since the Immortal Flames establishment? 'Tis the most plausible explanation, says Ilberd. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unremarked and remain above suspicion all these years. I too was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of the three grand companies, Uldar's was the most vulnerable. Both Limsa and Gridania had long-standing armed forces that lent themselves to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones, mind, under the same leadership. Only the banner was different. Not so for the Flames. Uldar's military was made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. I like that. That all makes sense. It's a little dry, but it makes sense. The difficulties Rabon faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he'd convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the costs, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, and given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been child play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier than now, aye. The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, public and the private. Though the monetarists ultimately agreed to support the organisation's founding, it was not out of charity that they did so, but simple self-preservation. Had Nael Vandanus, remember, so Nael was the leader of the 7th Legion, she's essentially like Gaius, or he. So you got Nael for 1.0 and Gaius for 2.0, basically. If Nael's ambitions had been any less apocalyptic with the Calamity, you may sure that they would have never risked supplying Rabon with an army. 'Tis a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger passed. Anyway, returning to the present. Even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, any one of whom could be the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good. Continue your investigation. Meanwhile, let's have the 2nd attend the unrest. The 3rd and 4th can join in inspecting crystal shipments. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in like manner to the other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander, says Ilberd. I shall send word to Emmerich, informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I am aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership's been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. As a commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany me, Tremor, as the realm's stoutest champion. 'Tis only meet that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry. Wow, so that took a real turn there. There's some massive meeting because the War of Succession in Garlemald has developed. Like me, you are doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceheart, but until another path to her sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Minfilia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until such a time as they succeed, I suggest we give them some thought to the realm's other problems. I'll go ahead on to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at the altar. Okay. Back to the Lotus Stand, basically, guys. Oh, I should have spoken to Ilberd there. I had the briefest moment to chat with him. I wonder what he would have said. I do wonder that. They could have snuck some cool dialogue in there. Oh, continuity ruined because we didn't play the ninja quest before this? Oh. What would have happened? Would it have been like, oh, Tremor knows how to do it as well? That's quite interesting because you, as a player, you don't actually have much on release. You don't have much time to even grab it, really, do you? Off to the Conjurer's Guild. in the pouring rain. I can talk to Ilberd here. Unlike Raban, politics is not my cup of tea. While you and the commander attend the council, I will attend some business of my own. Interesting. Is politics Raban's cup of tea? Ilberd almost says that a little bit sneering, doesn't he? A little bit. My thanks for coming, Tremor. When you're ready, speak with the conjurer yonder. She will show us to the lotus stand. Yes, yes, yes. Hello. The Alliance leaders await you. Will you be joining them now? I will. This is very weird. It's like we're leaving the Shiva thing and then it will come bursting back in like 2 quests. Oh, it's very peaceful here, isn't it?
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
Okay, what has happened?
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Uh-oh.
Who?
This is
The
cool.
birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign.
So here they're really expanding on this. Like, this hadn't been written at the start of 1.0 or whatever, I think. I mean, the Solus thing, yes, but all the other supplementaries, I think we're finally getting details on them here. And another, like, PowerPoint, which is cool.
Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
Right, yeah, why was there a War of Succession? So there was going to be just a son. Do we ever get his name? I don't know. He died. So this is Solus.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
This is cool, getting a glimpse into rooms in Garlemald. That looks crazy over there with the ice. Oh my god, he spat on him! Whoa!
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
You see, he's got the third eye up there as well.
Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Oh, wait. People in chat are saying that the coffin is Solus. Oh, I thought what we were looking at there was the Emperor looking over his predeceased, you know, his son died early. I thought that was Solus that we were looking at there. But you guys are saying, no, that's Solus in the box, and this is someone else spitting on it. Well, what leads us to one interpretation rather than the other? Oh, I guess this.
Indeed. Yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
So, Varus.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
So usually when we're dealing with the Emperor, as the story goes on now, it won't be Solus, really. It's going to be this guy, Varus. It's funny, because in my mind, the two characters kind of merged. This throne room has all the best scenes. I wonder if in Endwalker you actually get to go there. Surely you do.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
I can't fully remember the story, but it might be kind of funny that it was in the same video that I first mentioned Emmett. Given the scene we just watched, maybe?
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Ala Mhigo have done naught but fortify their positions.
Okay, there are still remnants of the 14th. Ala Mhigo is well fortified, though.
But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varys was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
He spoke out against the Meteor Project, as in he didn't want to what was the Meteor Project for? It wasn't to destroy Eorzea, was it? It was to annex it. He didn't want the place blown up. He wanted to rule it.
The new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all.
Upside down cow.
I propose that we set aside the Cartno dispute for the present and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald.
Resumption. That's a great word. That's my word of the day.
Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it.
Oh, very snotty sounding there, Alphino. Yeah, okay, so the Meteor Project was just to blow the whole place up, not conquer it. Because I was thinking maybe it was a plan to just, like, basically nuke it. Obviously destroy areas, but not the entire thing. Just, you know, destroy the leadership and the key infrastructure and armies, and then rule over. But if the idea was complete obliteration, and this guy's like, no, I don't want to obliterate it, I want to rule it. Which is kind of funny. It almost seems like he might be a little bit better than Solas, but I don't think that's the case. I think if out of the two, Solas was probably the more peaceable. We'll get more about their motivations and how they think and feel. I mean, we got a good bit already from Gaius. Gaius explaining, look, if we rule over you, we can stop the primal issue.
If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming.
Right. Because the spy, the
So
Ivy.
long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
I'm going to ask a question now, and I feel like I should know the answer to this. You know how, like, this patch, 2.4, it slowly rolls out, right? There's 2.4, 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, like, it's multiple things. It's over a couple of months. Like, each week there'll be a new patch or whatever. The main story component of it, this doesn't get trickled out, right? You don't log in and get, like, 2 quests and then wait a week and it's 2 quests and then wait a week. They don't do it like that, do they? When the patch comes out, you get the full thing. I'm right about that, right? Because if they are just slowly trickling it out, then this is a lot closer to the Guild Wars 2's Living World Season 1 thing. And I'm just now realizing, I'm not even entirely sure. Can we get this? Oh, obviously we already have it. Yeah, the MSQ is in one chunk. Okay, thank God for that. Yeah. That's how I thought it was. I just thought I'd check that, because sometimes it feels like there's these little breaks or whatever. Like, I can imagine that there was like a mini break after that Shiva stuff just now, but the start of this. Anyway, no, it's all one chunk. Yeah. It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being of one purpose, despite the protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat... I've forgotten my word of the day. What was it? It's like resume. Resumption. Plainly, the threat of resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them. And the reason for this? Deep-rooted mistrust among the citizenry. The nation's leaders can all come to the understandings they like, but their unity means little and less to the common folk. Take the Laminsons, for instance. Although Admiral Merlvib outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for grog-swilling, wooden-legged cutthroats. In a likewise, the Gridanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Aldans scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take that pillar of Uldan society, Teleji Adeleji, for example. But that is beside the point. The fact is that the people are wary of outsiders, whether they have cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue that the conflict at Carteneau is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we must present them something resembling warfare and thereby curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle musing, let us speak of a more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the Observatorium, Ilberd has further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, the one he deems the most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. The hunt nears its end, Tremor. All that remains is to corner our quarry, seek out Ilberd near the Adder's Nest. He'll give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Kurthus, you'll be sure that I'll send word without delay. In meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. Right, and you're not going to apprehend the Ivy? I guess there is a sense he's doing things. Fine, fair enough. Alright, is there an Aetheryte near the central one, I suppose? Oh, WoW kind of does it? The trickle-out story thing? Really now? I didn't know that. I knew that they put that story in the raids and stuff. I mean, how substantive is it in WoW then? Maybe that's one of the things that would have been one of the things that ArenaNet was thinking of with Season 1. My thanks for your coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander's informed you, but we've unmasked the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. Alright. What have we got here? Haddock dip. A thick, salty dip made from a puree of haddock, raw egg, and mashed popotos. Sorry. Yeah, we should call Lalafell potatoes, right? We should call them popotos. Is a popoto just an Eorzean potato? 1 popoto, 2 popoto, 3 popoto, 4. A favourite of Rogadin tribes hailing from the northern seas. Lovely. I'll have some haddock dip. That actually sounds really nice at the moment. All the food sounds good. Oh, we got a music scroll from the Warrens, by the way. Alright, Ilberd, what do you think here? Oh. Ilberd is convinced he's discovered the Ivy's something, or what's it? Listen well, the spy we've been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Eline Royale, Raubon's second in command. Really? Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with a polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course, who's Alamegan. When he formed the Grand Company, Raubon chose people based on their worth. Whence they hailed was of no interest. The monetarists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. And 'twas no secret that they did not favour foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the alliance. Yet the monetarists did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Royale was appointed her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the monetarists? Oh, and we just hid down behind the rock. But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Well, what revelations? Of foremost interest to us is her presence here now. As you may be aware, it's the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. While Raubahn has attended the Council of Alliance Leaders, she should be at the Hall of Flames. But she's not, she's here. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless on some pretense. She's up to something, mark my words. Oh god, I don't know whether I believe all this. Maybe Raubahn has just told her to do something. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames records for evidence of her guilt. But we can catch her red-handed. We shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and the docks, every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? Yes. I mean, Tremor's just going with the flow, as he always does. He's just chill, just moseying around. Always say, what's that movie? Where is it Jim Carrey? He can never say no. You have my thanks. Let us go then. And take care not to alert our quarry. They say that's the way you should live life. Just every opportunity say yes, no matter what. There's a movie about that, I'm sure there is. Is it Jim Carrey? And I'm sure it's in the title. The movie isn't called Always Say Yes, though. That's a good name, isn't it? Oh, it's called Yes Man. That's it. Yeah, there you go. Yes Man. I should watch that. We're always heading in the direction of Blue Badger Gate. With me, Scion. I feel like that's one of those movies that you can predict. Well, you can predict the larger beats of a lot of movies. Maybe that doesn't mean anything. You hate that movie and that philosophy. It's funny because I kind of think I need to take on that philosophy. I'm very reserved and I'm very antisocial and I say no to a lot of stuff and I probably shouldn't. So I sort of feel the opposite. I feel like it's probably a good idea. Maybe the movie is terrible though, I don't know. So she's entered the Carline Canopy, meeting someone perchance? Or could it means she means to board an airship? Pray look for her within. She is not on the upper floor. Try the landing area below. One of mine is stationed there, and she may have seen something. Alright. It's nice to be back. Let's go speak to Mother Muen. Greetings, Tremor. It's a pleasure indeed to be welcoming a living legend to my humble establishment. Is there aught I might get you? Some tea, perhaps? Or maybe some of my eel pie? It would be a pleasure and an honour both. All I would ask in return is you regale me with a story or two before you journey on, that I might share your tales of glory with those who would follow in your esteemed footsteps. Well, you give me the pie, and then we'll go from there. Where's the pie, Mother Muen? Oh my god, how often do I try to jump down there? Very often. Help me hide a body, yes. I mean, look, you don't have to take it to such an absurdist degree. I mean, maybe it's an absurdist movie. You know, there are any number of philosophies you have to use a modicum of rational thinking to not, you know, to get involved with and believe. Tremor, such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? It's cool to see Crystal Braves people just, like, out and about in their outfit. It's just occurring to me now how similar the Crystal Braves clothes are to the Twin Adders clothes. Does it have, like, influence of all the Grand Companies in it, maybe? I mean, if you think in terms of colours, right? They got a red one, they got a yellow one, they got a green one. It only makes sense that Alphinaud would want a blue one, right? That's the colour they picked. That's kind of cool. A social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. All right. So she came to here, but she's not gone for an airship. So what, is she just renting a room? I mean, this could be anything, right? This is like in all good mystery, like murder mystery stories or whatever. There's always the person being accused, but it's not that they're the murderer. It's just that they were, you know, cheating on their husband or wife or something, so they've been looking shifty, and they've done something bad, but it's not, and that's why they're on the run from the police or whatever, but it's not, they're not the true criminal. Nowhere to be seen, you say, and you're sure she did not board an airship. How she did not come back out either. Where in the Seventh House could she be? In a room? The Roost! How could I forget? Dude, Ilbert comes across as a proper moron there. Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some Muntoy tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigor, if you take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait, is there double meaning to this? Wait, that necklace. You're a shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by way of Westshore Pier. Yeah, he's changed his accent now because he's not faking anymore. She was attested as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured, we shall continue to support you from the shadows. Look at that, the shinobi coming in tops there. I thank the 12 for the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Royale would have disappeared without a trace. We get triple cream coffee. Triple cream. Listen, guys, any food that includes the word triple in it is A, not healthy for you, but B, tastier. Seriously, give me any food, and put the word triple in it. Triple brownies, triple fudge brownies, triple chocolate cookies. Why am I only going sweet stuff? A triple burger? I mean, that's a bit obscene, is it? Do they sell triple burgers at like Burger King? I swear that's been a thing, isn't it? Triple lasagna. I'm just trying to think really cheesy, like freshly roasted ground triple cheese pizza. That's a thing, isn't it? Or do they just call it all the cheeses? I don't know. Freshly roasted ground coffee with beans percolated to perfection and mixed with an equal amount of thick dairy cream. Mmm. I love the word thick when it's put next to something like cream. Can you tell I'm hungry and I've not eaten yet today? Ilbert is eager to resume the pursuit. Wendy's has triple burgers. There you go. I mean, what is the point in a triple burger? What's the distinction between, like, a triple burger or just, like, a burger with really, really thick patty, you know? Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, Scion. I suggest we follow Royale's example and take the pier from Westshore. This is a strange-looking guild of sea. It is indeed, isn't it? They've changed the UI a little bit. You'll doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go on ahead. I shall await you at the pier. Triple trouble? What is the purpose to get fat? Now, what I'm trying to say, though, is there's a distinction, like you could have... It doesn't necessarily mean anything about the quantity. I could sail, but I'm going to waypoint. I'm going to A through. It doesn't mean anything about the quantity. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just cut the same meat 3 ways. There, it's a triple burger. I mean, what do you really get out of that? Maybe a little bit more crispiness, because more of it's been fried on the outside. Maybe more of a cheese distribution if you're going to put a cheese slice between each bit. But maybe that's all right. But yeah, the only way that putting triple in a food is bad is if you put it in front of, like, I don't know, a gross food. Like, would I want triple... What don't I like? Triple... What don't I like? I don't know. I was going to say Brussels sprouts, but I really like Brussels sprouts. Triple sprout soup. Mmm. Triple eel. Because I don't think I like eel. I don't really think I've really had eel before. This way, my friends. Oh, it's Yugiri. Your quarry makes for the Hawthorn Hut. If Royale truly is the one we seek, then we can expect she means to make contact with her Garlean masters there. An explanation's in order. You're no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own method of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friends at Garlean Ironworks have provided us with devices which disrupt these communications. Yeah, we figured that out in the main storyline. And we've installed them around the 3 city-states. In doing so, we've made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Royale would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with their Imperial contact directly. Yet, so basically we're wiretapping them, right? As a well-known face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move about Thanlan without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. It is for this reason, I believe, that she has chosen the Black Shroud for a clandestine meeting. This place is home to many of your kind, and the arrival of one more Elezen is not like to turn any heads. I like that, a little dialogue tweak there, because I am an Elezen. As my scout tells it, the Garleans have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render any such contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. We need only make for the Hawthorn Hut to catch Royale in the act. I feel like this is all a wild goose chase. I really do. We're still ultimately in an ARR. Stuff like that happens. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, half the shit I'm saying in this Let's Play is like tongue-in-cheek. Oh, the reverse is going to happen of what I'm talking about, right? Obviously. But on this, I really don't know. Is this going to be... I don't know. I don't remember any of this stuff about the Ivy. And what are we saying here? That she is the Ivy? I think Ilbert's got it wrong. If Royale was here, she is no more. We have no choice but to continue the pursuit. My people report that our quarry has departed for the Bramble Patch. The Ivy returns to the Gnarls when she came, but perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Garlean masters? My countrymen and I shall lay white in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Right, okay. It's all got very busy worky, this bit. I think it's through their standard-sized patty, so you do get the quantity aspect. Well, look, I mean, there's there's the other problem, though. It's like, it's going to be too big, isn't it? If it's just standard size. And my assumption is that they shrink it down a bit. Because what are you supposed to do? Like, I wouldn't buy a triple burger. I'd buy, like, 3 burgers. Because then at least you get, you know... Because a good burger is not just shit tons of meat, is it? You got to have a good amount of lettuce there, tomato, onion. Mate, it all comes together. You don't want one of these obscene things you see online where people are going to like cut into it to enjoy it, you know. Just beyond, Royale is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer. An Imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it, with me. Alright. I've never had the Baconator. No, where is the Baconator? Is that a triple burger with a lot of bacon? Oh! She's looking shocked. That does look a bit like a Guardian there, actually. Flame Marshal Aileen Royale, you're under arrest for treason and espionage. We were followed, you bloody fool. Oh shit, she really is guilty. That definitely looks like a Guardian. Oh, Yugiri, good job, damnation. Damn, when have we met her in the story before now? The Shinobi are cool here. What has she done in the story before now? Did they always have the plan for her to be a spy? Were there little hints in there whenever we've spoken to her before? Ha! You are unarmed, my lady, and scarcely garbed for battle. But if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What is the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in the Twelveswood? When last I looked, that was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers. You would feign ignorance then, very well. If you think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now, come quietly, or I shall make you wish that you had. Yeah, you have the right to remain silent, essentially, is what they're doing here. I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. I don't know where this is going. I have no clue. This whole arc... this may as well be just fresh for me. They could have just invented this in 2019, and I would... Oh, sorry, 2022, and I wouldn't know. that's a sign into my mind there. My idea of a modern recent year was 2019. 5 years, half a decade ago. Even a warrior of Royale's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Uldar will have the grand company they deserve. But let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now, Tremor? I don't know. I don't know whether we even got a guilty party there. So the Scions seek a way into Iceheart's sanctum? Oh yeah, we're going to go do that. Then I dare say you're eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray do not let me keep me. Pray return! Fear not, my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, have you considered training in the art of the shinobi? You have the aptitude for it, I believe, so please give it some thought. Till next time, my friend. Alright, maybe we'll do that, Yugiri. Maybe we will. Especially considering you guys in the comments have requested it. Right. That's Gridania, not Mordona. What on earth are you doing, dude? Mordona. There we go. Something about the Gridania map feels somewhat similar to this. I know that they're totally different scales. 2020 was the thing. Yeah, it's just because COVID wiped out a couple of years there. That's what I'll blame it on. To be fair, you have zero memory as well. Okay, I'm glad. Look, it's like it's all fresh for all of us, guys. Look at this, new content. It's like if we go to do a Guild Wars 2 Let's Play, and I pick a really weird, like, I don't know, Norn personal story moment or something. Holy shit, Tataru is juggling. Tataru, you're always saying you're busy, but you just seem to be chilling. What is she juggling there? She's got a knife, a pipe? Is that a pipe or a trowel? And a bottle. I think you can actually unlock juggling, can't you? I'm sure Kerry's done juggling. Steady, steady. Not bad, eh? With a little more practice, I could earn a fortune at the Ruby Road Exchange. She's always thinking about money. Always. She cannot seriously be considering it. Life as a street performer should be one's last resort, not their first. Oh my god, Pavolino. Where's Wedge? Wedge would be loving this. Ishtola's just like enjoying as well. Tataru has grown beyond childish fantasies of becoming a songstress. Now she aspires to be a legendary street performer. This is so cool. What else is going on? Was anybody sitting there? No. Thancred. Yes, but Higiri, you're missing the point. The individual doesn't matter. It was a team effort, and I was the one who... Oh, what are they talking about? Some great fight, and Thancred didn't do much? Ha ha ha! A rousing tale of comrades' valor. Truly, we are fortunate to count Lady Yugiri as a friend. Thancred's tales of Lady Yugiri almost beg a belief. My heart is fair fit to burst from admiration. Is he talking about the things he's learned in his process to become a shinobi? He doesn't go the whole way, right? Does he just stay as a rogue the whole time? He doesn't do the job stone thing, because isn't that like special for us because the Echo, maybe? I don't know. It's a battle of wills, a struggle for supremacy. Our fighting styles may differ, but this unyielding spirit is the same in the warriors the world over. Ida's practicing with Hori Boulder. I could do this all day. A-L-L-D-A-Y. Ooh! Ha! Hurrah! I cannot go on much longer. In Colton, it's like cheering. Strength, Hori! On your honours as Scion, I forbid you to surrender. So it's a competition, is it? I must admit, this exercise of yours never fails to amuse me. While its movements appear comical, it does seem to have the desired effect. Yes, squatting. They're having like a squat war, a squat off. That doesn't sound pleasant, does it? Let's have a squat off, guys. Okay. Lovely. Nice, peaceful, happy here. These are the good times. Individuals matter. And I was the one. Yeah, I like that from Thancred there. Welcome back, Tremor. I understand that Alphino is a task for you. May I ask what it was? Well... charges of treason and espionage against Aline Royale? I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No, it avails us not to... No, I'm with you, Minfilia. I don't know whether I really believe that. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak on another matter. I'm pleased to report, sorry. I'm kind of English there. That we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into the sanctum. Haha! A simple plan. As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte in the depths of Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west, most likely to a sanctum of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva using the crystals she stole from House Tom's caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint, but if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, it would seem likely that the result will be something far more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount the obstacle that Lady Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Aethernet and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we've been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetheryte to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetheryte upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Urianger, we have concluded that we... See, I think they're suggesting that Urianger is in Sharlayan at the moment. I know in-game you can go to the Waking Sands and find him there, but I swear he said he left. And they said earlier, our guy in Sharlayan will help us out with this. We've concluded we lack the expertise to develop a solution. Great. Which is why we've called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise. A colleague. Oh, never mind. A colleague of ours who is currently en route to the Revenant's Toll from Sharlayan. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you're here, mayhap we could welcome her together. I'm certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let's make our way to the northern gates and await her coming. Now, this is a character I haven't played any story with for a long time. So I'm quite interested in this bit of the story. I only have vague memories of this character and this bit of the story. And by the way, guys, Shiva is the next quest. A simple plan. The one after this is the quest and is the extreme. So if you guys are looking to play it with me, the time is rapidly coming for min-eye level Shiva Extreme. And I must say, I'm very excited. So let's see our new friend. You know, we spent so much time questing here, but we don't really explore around the town too much, do we? Here we are at the front doors. Here's Minfilia as well, back in her normal clothes, by the way. What manner of woman is she, I wonder? We have spoken before via Linkpo, of course, but it is not the same. So we're waiting, we're watching, listening to the sounds of the birds. We're chatting with Minfilia. Oh, I hear a chocobo. Hello. A new main character. Oh my god, she looks angry.
Minfilia, am I right?
Indeed.
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Sharlayan scholar and an authority on Aetheryte technologies.
Oh, that's kind of cool in chat. Someone says, look, if you don't do Urianger's quest, he's going to stay in the Waking Sands. Even later when he gets stranded somewhere else in Shadowbringers. That's amazing. Yeah, because they got to keep it. He's got to be there to give you the quests. But once they're done, I suppose he'll naturally move around. So, an accomplished Sharlayan scholar, an authority on Aetherites.
She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Oh. So you can help with that as well,
Charmed, I'm sure.
Not just the Shiva thing. I like her. She's got a nice spunky energy. She does what to moons? She breeds them, apparently. Yeah, moon breeder. For an outpost in an aether-rich wasteland, this place is a good deal livelier than I expected. It just goes to show that you never know until you know. It's nice, isn't it? I haven't really looked at just like the front doors here like this. We have a bit of an airlocky type situation going on here as well. Let us return to the Rising Stones at once then. We have much to discuss. Are we going to get a cool PowerPoint? I'm sure that there's like an epic PowerPoint that you get from... I love that I just said that with no irony. An epic PowerPoint! With her and Urianger. Maybe that's next patch though. That might be in 2.5. It's funny as well, I've said it like 3 times already. I distinctly remember around the time that she was in the plot, I was so done. I was so done with this game. I was just like, oh, just get it over. I do remember that. Why don't you play Guild Wars 2 anymore? WP literally covered the entirety of JW. Oh, ... Yeah, I don't know what to do. I mean... I'm not going to double upload all the videos just so that people who don't look at the channel see them. Is that Tube Samai on the wall back there? I'm amazed you managed to find all the pieces after, well, you know. Yeah, so she sees a Tube Samai straight away. That's nice. I like all these little nods to Tube Samai. Oh, you got dinner to go to? Good luck on Shiva. Thank you.
God, it's been ages.
Oh, these two know each other? Interesting. Was she in 1.0?
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Yeah.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Are we now?
Save in appearance and aptitude.
He's such a prick. He will not stop niggling her. You know when you've got like that friend that just niggles everything? I'm sure I am that friend in a lot of ways. Alright now.
Everyone, if I could have your attention.
It would be a lot of work to upload the streams to the video. It would take forever. And it would be spam. There's no need to do 2 copies of everything.
We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us.
What I need to do is just regular ass normal Guild Wars videos like the JW review. And in it mention, like at the start and the end, click the live tab, click the live tab.
I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites.
Also, whether you see videos has nothing to do with whether I'm playing the game. You know? The amount of hours I've spent in that game in PvP and no videos have come of it. It has nothing to do with what, you know, whether I'm playing it.
Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Ah, here we go. White auracite. Is this our ticket to killing Ascians?
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits.
Ooh, look, immediately he's flirty. I'm sorry, immediately.
And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Or maybe not. She just hugs him.
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Oh.
Unhand me.
Oh, it's a shame we're going to lose the Urianger voice. That's amazing.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me.
He's such like a stick and mud, so it's great pairing.
I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Look, they're making fun of the way he speaks as well.
Go on. Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing Aetherite.
Right. It's funny. It's amazing how much I'm enjoying the cutscene, but Urianger's dialogue still manages to make me zone and drift away slightly.
We have not. No.
No. So you got 2 jobs here at Moonbreeder.
We know that Iceheart teleported to an Aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second Aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the Aetheryte's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the Aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon.
Oh.
As you know, Aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate.
See, and then what? We're just lost in the ethereal sea? Is that a little bit what, like... See, this thing about primals, do primals exist before they're summoned?
However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an Aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
I wonder if Y'shtola is listening to all this thinking, yeah, I did something like this.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
Oh, that's so cool. See, she does reference the previous thing.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process.
Oh.
They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal.
Yeah, the good old as you know, the most forced expedition tool. It's a very useful tool though, isn't it? Just say as you know and then restate a fact to cover the chance that the player didn't know.
I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the Aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Brilliant. So who's going to go in there?
Me?
Me?
The lives of our best and brightest. We have not the time to seek other options.
Imagine if this all goes wrong and this is just it.
If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
And anyone blind going through this right now, you might be thinking, why are they talking so much about the ethereal flow and stuff? It is pretty relevant for where this is leading with the expansion.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Tremor likes her. Look, he's very happy to do that. Let's roll the dice. Whatever gets me into the extreme quick enough. Bacon broth. This has been a very bacony episode, hasn't it? What was the baconator again? Did anyone say? Although technically a soup, this Ixali dish consists mainly of large slabs of smoked bacon, boiled with several other lesser ingredients. Well, like what? Tell me the ingredients. There is a Final Fantasy XIV cookbook, by the way. Just as there's like a Skyrim one and stuff. I don't know what people say are the best dishes in it. The instruments of our deliverance. A plan has been devised and Minfilia would have it carried out without further delay. I've already informed Alphinaud of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Moonbreeder described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you've done on our behalf, Tremor, and if you die now, well, thanks for the lot. And I have faith you will return to us, as you always will. Alright. Well, you had faith that Cryo didn't die, and that worked out. Moonbreeder is a brilliant and dedicated scholar. I would not have endorsed her plan were it not so. Okay. As ever, the FF14 story is really tricky to predict exactly when things will happen. I would have expected maybe a minor busy work arc now with the Shiva thing, but no, we're just one cutscene and we're off into it. My god, look at how much they're updating! They've updated again! Oh, she looked sad. I shall pray for your safe return, Tremor, yours and the others. Oh, she is praying. She's literally praying. Oh. Not juggling anymore. So there was such a brief moment there for me to experience her juggling. I hope this isn't updating during all the quests where I'm not even directed back here. My father has agreed to take care of Yozen for me. The children need role models, and we must do whatever it is in our power to help them. I'm ready, Hosen. Are your preparations complete? Dower and Hosen are about to take up their posts. It seems even the children are starting to understand the gravity of the situation. Look, we got another person here now, Moonbreeder. It continues to grow. Over the years, meow, I have learned that it is better to busy yourself with things you can control rather than worry about the things you cannot. A hot meal will be waiting for you when you return, understood? Yeah, you keep saying that, except you're never giving me food. Other people are giving me food. Quite right, Hori. Yeah, I feel we two alone could not resist a full-scale assault. Mayhap we had best draft a plan of evacuation should the worst come to worst. Huh, I'm sure nothing will happen. You won't need a plan of evacuation. It falls to you and I, Coltonet, to ensure those damned Imperial dogs set no foot in the Rising Stones. The tragedy of the Waking Sands must never be repeated. Indeed, don't let Livia in. She's dead now, so that's okay. Alright, well, there's not many people here this time. Seems it's a quiet day. Alright, so where do we go? Back to Kurthus? No, not to Kurthus. Yes, Kurthus, for both quests. Here we go. The instruments of our deliverance. Oh god, yeah, we're right next to it, guys. Here we go. This is the extreme. I hope we can get a team. Again, apparently, it's been very difficult to predict these. Apparently, this is a little easier than the others. But we will see. You hope I'll use this voice for the red-haired Makote that will come up later. I guess I will be voicing him soon, actually, yeah. I mean, sure, if I remember to. I should give, like, a fan-favourite character just a hideous voice. So here we go. We do have random crystal graves up and about and around the outside. That's cool. Look at that. They give you a trial entrance and a dungeon at the same place. Oh my god, look. You're up there. That's awesome. Alright, down we go. Sorry, was that a bit loud whistling into the microphone there? That either sounded good or terrible. Trust in the power of White Auracite, Tremor. And in me, of course. And me, of course. Good to see you. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. I am. I'm a bit worried. Captain Ilbert sends his regards, by the way. He attends the interrogation of Aileen in Uldar as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the Ivy upon your return. We're being just like the Ishgardians here, hunting down heretics. We have no evidence against her yet. It's just circumstance. I trust that, by the way. I trust that, by which I mean to say, the others... Oh, I don't understand what you're saying, Alphino. The others are waiting for us at the Aetheryte. After you, Scion. So do you want a Baconator or not? No, I'm missing message. What is this? It's a single hamburger, 2 slices of cheese, 3 layers of bacon. Yeah, and what's a layer? 6 pieces of bacon total. I mean, that does sound good, actually. Because I like bacon. I like cheese. It sounds excessive. But I'm sure all such things do. Wait, and who's making it, though? What restaurant's it from? Oh my god, look at this cutscene. We're talking about Baconators, but some cool shit's happening here. We're powering up the White Auracite. There, it is ready. Please, guys, I can't keep thinking about food. I'm so hungry. Ooh. It worked, I think. Try and tune into the Aether right now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. Okay. Oh, look, we're attuning. I love this. It's basically a fast travel game mechanic that's become a big part of the story here. We've done all we can, Tremor. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If by the grace of the 12 you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. Okay, everyone. Do I actually have Wendy's in my area? No, I've never had a Wendy. I don't know. I only really know Wendy's from The Office, you know, where Michael Scott gets his employees to like set him up with a girl. And someone gives, and they're like, well, I'm not giving him any number of anyone I know because they all hate him. And someone gives him a number that says like juicy red hot redhead or something like that with a number, and he rings it and it says Wendy's, and he thinks it's a girl called Wendy, but it's actually just a Wendy's restaurant. And then he ends up ordering like, I think like a Jack and Potato or something, which is also really weird to me. Who orders Jack and Potato at a restaurant, like a fast food place? He's like, just have it ready for me. She's like, it's ready now. That's a great scene. I have a mind to join you, but Urianger made me promise I wouldn't. Apparently the thought of me becoming Shiva's thrall was too much to bear. As if he'd give her the chance. As if I'd give her the chance, sorry. Wow, man, I was going to say, Jesus, why do I get to risk my neck but not you? But I guess it's the whole Echo thing. We're almost obligated to, in a way. Oh, John, thank you for the $5. Here's another, here's a $5 for DoorDash so you can get a Baconator. I don't think they sell them here. You can't get a Baconator for $5, can you? I mean, I guess maybe that covers the delivery. Thank you very much. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plan. Also, it's a bit late here. They don't really... I mean, since COVID, places aren't really open that late. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual, and if she succeeds, you have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice, and so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Moonbreeder's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. This is wild, this bit of the story. They're playing it so risky. We don't even know that a summoning's happening in there. Before you assemble your party, pray speak with the knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Emmerich. Like, couldn't we wait for Shiva to come out and deal with the primal out there? Sir Emmerich regrets that he could not be here in person and asks that you read this letter. So Emmerich mysteriously disappears right before a primal battle. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Tremor, the warrior of light, saviour of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Halone bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. Okay. Thank you, Emmerich. That's very nice of you. There are only 37 Wendy's in the UK. There you go. Yeah, I wasn't going to say there aren't any, but I've certainly never had Wendy's. So there we go. The Afa Amphitheater Trials. This is the final primal. For as long as their nation has warred with Dravania, there have been Ishgardians who instead choose to ally themselves with the dragons. Shiva is said to have been among the first, hence why the heretics revere her as a saint. That Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva with the crystals they have stolen this plane. But this is unprecedented. Is this unprecedented act even possible? If so, then Ishgard, if not the entire realm, is in grave danger. Can you summon someone from history back using primal technology? Well, let's see. So we're going to swap to Macon here. Oh, there you go. There's one of the horses, by the way. That might be the Shiva horse. Probably is. It would be devoutly wished that Halone would breast us. I don't know what Halone looks like. Not very good with the gods in this. I could barely name any of them. Is Nold a god? And Thal? Nold Thal? Who's my god? Oh, I might need to swap Macon over. He might still be at home waiting for his house. I think he is actually as well, isn't he? Yeah. Tales of love and loss and far and fade. The Aka Afa means eternal circle in Dravanian. That's amazing. That is very cool. I've just realised we essentially have two Tato Notes emotes. We have Tato Book and Tato Notes. Do we need both? Tato Notes is better because it's animated. But I'm not actually seeing the animations. Right, Cactar, Macon. Come to Ravana with me, my friend. Go through the ether. There we go. You like the lyrics from this trial song? Yeah, this has amazing music, guys. You're in for a real treat here. This is a good one. Not as good as Rama, I think. I really like the Rama stuff. Oh, by the way, holy shit. Someone left an amazing... Go back to the last episode. Look in the comments. Someone left an amazing analysis of all the lyrics of the Rama song. Oh my god, it's incredible. Yeah, and I look how every single one of these patches has these big, amazing musical numbers every single time. It's just so good. I remember, like, with Guild Wars in Season 1, it was a big deal to get the Bash the Dragon song. Sort of a similar thing, I suppose, but that was kind of a one-off there, really. Right. Let's log in. Oh, it was you, Ugron. Nice. Yeah, I loved that comment. That was amazing. I think I hearted it and stuff and pinned... I might not have pinned it. But, oh my god, what a comment that was. Okay, not Dravania. I can do this from anywhere, actually. Okay, I'm opening the party finder. And what we're going to say... Look, this is a little bit active now. It's late enough in the day that the Aussies are waking up. So, duty completion, spuds, min, eye level. Oh, I need to pick a good class here, though. Let's play... Warrior again. I mean, yeah. I like tanking. I really do. Min eye level, duty, trials, and we are here. The Aka Afa Amphitheater. Recruit members. Okay, it's open on Party Finder, guys. It is there. And I hope we get the full proper cutscene. If we don't, we'll see it on Tremor in a minute. I find it crazy you didn't praise the music in your FF14 versus Guild Wars 2 comparison for a couple of years ago. Well, because I think that Guild Wars also has really, really, really good music. It's just sort of a different style. What this game does with its music is it really genre blends a lot, and it, you know, they'll do very wacky, crazy, different stuff. Guild Wars is very consistent in its style, and I am a huge fan of a lot of Guild Wars music. It's a very subjective thing. I mean, maybe there could have been a note in the review about that stuff, but yeah. So it looks like, guys, we're missing one DP... Oh, no, never mind. All right, so in we go, I guess. Min eye level with the echo on. So that's all I have to do, right? I don't click anything else. Confirm. Trials. A Realm Reborn. And you'll see this one's at the very top, guys. This is the last extreme. Oh, my God. We're at the end, guys. Because there is another trial, but they didn't do an extreme of it in 0.5. You'll see that. Now that's all we got. So I don't know if we're missing like a story cutscene here. All right, here we go. So, this song, by the way, there's like a redux of this. There's a new version of this that you get to play later in the Eden storyline. And the music that drops there is kind of like a slightly remixed version. It's worth like 3 million gil if you get it. I used to play a lot of Shiva on my monk, just trying to get that drop, until I realized I could just get cobalt ore from mining. This is a big song. So yeah, I don't know how this plays. Let's just run through and see what we got. I'm going to eat some foods. And I'm going to do a countdown. And I'm going to aggro her. This sounds a lot like the one in Eden. And let's do this. Those who have taken up the sword shall perish by the sword. Oh, I didn't do a poll. How many pulls do you think it'll take us, guys? The cycle ends here and now. Hailstorm. Should I move away a bit? It's okay. So we all spread out from that. A shower of ice to rend flesh and bone. So... Oh, okay, I was safe there. That was fine. Give me unto your strength. Let's throw another mitt up. I'm not getting anything stacked on me. Is this the extreme? She has a buff, Frostblade. Oh my fucking god, I'm dead. Holy shit. Okay, she has damage up and Frostblade. She's healing. She's regenerating. Oh god, rise to join us? What is this? Oh god, there's ads. Kill ads. This is a DPS check, this bit. Okay. Oh, my other tank was getting stacks there. He had like -3. Hold on, was I getting stacks earlier? Is that why I got one shot? Oh god, she stunned me with Glacier Bash. I'm trying to keep her... What else do I see? Oh, fuck. Okay, that was a knockback. Okay, yeah, Heavenly Strike is a knockback. When you do this in Eden, normal mode, that only appears once. And it's really easy to forget. You're supposed to remember it from the Realm Reborn here. So, I mean, I'm just going to keep hitting the Ice Soldier here. Oh, no, I'm hitting Shiva. Whoops. Embrace the serenity. Renounce the hatreds that consume you. Oh, God, she's spinning around the arena there. Do you see her there? Is this Diamond Dust? All right, so she hard freezes us all. And scatter them like dust in the wind. And we're all dead. Yeah, that bit there, the music kicking in normal mode, you just kill her like 2 seconds afterwards. Alright, let's try that again. I guess just hit the golems. Keep the tips coming if you guys like. Sword and shield, Ice Brand, element cleave. Main tank needs to turn attack towards the pie to share the damage. Oh, shit. Okay, when she has a sword and a shield, I need to face it towards the team to share the damage. That's amazing! Why haven't I seen that mechanic yet? Oh, that's cool. Okay. So wait, how do I... Oh, fuck, she just did it. Wait, how do I know... What do you mean sword and shield? The buffs that she has? Or are there swords and shields above her? She physically swaps weapons. Right, I don't see her with any weapons right now. She's empty-handed. Unarmed, it will be Icicle Impact. She has a staff now. No, typing is fine, I don't mind. It's not like we're going to one-pull it. Rejoin the chorus, my brothers. Okay, so she's bringing the golems up. Now, how do we want to do the golems? Do we want to drag them all together, or do we want to fight them separate from one another? It's like if I prevent... Is it each tank takes 2 kind of thing? Something like this, maybe? Or do we want them all together like this? Drag together, nuke quick. Okay, all of them. Oh god, and she did the ice thing there again. Okay. Main tank keeps Shiva at the side. Off tank, grab all the golems to the middle. Let's do that. There doesn't seem to be any need to tank swap right now, so we just have to like physically look for the sword and shield. So yeah, main tank can stand to the sides. I guess that'll be me at that point since we're not swapping. But the off tank, you grab all of the golems, pull them into the middle, and I'll keep watching during that phase for sword and shield or whatever. Bringing them to the center is ideal as she'll pull out the sword, yeah. And then everyone's in the middle and we can... So when you say sword and shield, is it just... It's just the sword, really, that I care about. It's not a combo of sword and shield that matters. So I'm going to put her, like, to the edge. There we go. Because now we don't really have to worry about too much. Hi-ya! A blade of ice. Oh, there you go. Look, she has the sword and shield, so I'm going to go through this way. Boom! Oh my god! Genius. And I got a stack from that. Oh, and now this is this weird one, right? Where it's gonna... Oh no, I just fucked that up. Oh god, wait, what's the telegraph on that? What's she got now? Nothing. She's barehanded. Well, I just got vulnerability and I got someone killed. What's she got there? That's a staff. So that's when she... Okay, that's this. Okay. I should reprisal the staff. Does she only ever do one thing? Oh, I am getting a lot of resistances down. Maybe we should be tank swapping, actually. Right, so okay, so I'll just hold her... I'll just bring her right back to the edge. Off tank will bring them all in the middle. And what should I do? Just sit here battering away like a primitive? I mean, I guess. Oh, I still need to put that sword and shield, so I put her in. Ah, whoa! Come on! Alright, that is the second time I'm going to blame latency. I know that snapshotting is a thing. Alright. But that felt... Alright, now everyone's dead. Oh, I guess she has two things in the sword and shield phase. One where she like... Oh, I don't know, actually. I don't know. That was crazy! Alright, let's go again. So I just need to know that I need to watch a lot closer here. Right, got our damage up. May as well start using my poisoning potions because there's not going to be really many more of these to do it. They're only available in level 50 content. Did I fuck this up? No, this is safe here, right? It's really hard to see. She's got nothing in her hands. That's a sword and shield. I'm facing her in. Oh yeah, you really don't get much time. Okay, that was Heavenly Strike. But I didn't get knocked by it, actually. It looked like she was trying to do sword and shield there again, but we phased it. Okay, now it's ads. And yeah, we can just... I'll pull her here. Keeping an eye on her hands. That's it, it's sword and shield again. Alright, we didn't get latency by that time. She still has it though, right? And she did 2 attacks in a row last time. Glacier Bash. Oh, okay, that one-shot the team. I see, so this is good. This is what we want. I just absorbed that one. Is she gonna do it again now? That's Heavenly Strike. Does she alternate? She's not taking the sword and shield away. Oh god, I'm so scared. Is she going to do it? I'm so scared. Do I face her in? Oh my god, I've got so much. We probably want a tank swap now. Alright, because I got 6 resistance down. Alright, we did the phase. Nice. So yeah, let's swap now. Yeah, nice, nice. I'll be off tank and I'll pull them all into the middle. Okay, yeah, good. I'll shirk you, I guess. Oh, look at this animation here, by the way, guys. I'm not sure when next. Oh god, should we have been moving through that? No, that was okay. Oh, it's so cool that she's actually still alive. Oh my god. Okay, double absolute 0. Okay, we need to get the timing around this. We want to, when they start to cascade down, move to the left, this way. Yeah. My thing still has a minute on it. Oh, I've taken aggro. My home ganged. I don't think this is going to work out. Holy fuck. Oh god, I'm frozen. Oh no, this is bad. Oh, okay, no, they just need to break me out of the boulder, I think. Oh, I'm dead. What do I do about Glacier Bash? Can I avoid it? Okay, here's the slippy floor. Ah, damn, I died. I had no idea the song was that long. I've never heard any of that. None of that. All right, okay, so yeah, so when it's a bow, we hide behind her. Is that right? So I treat it the same as the sword? Right, let's see. Before phase 3, notice the stacking tank debuff. Blunt, slashing, and crit. This necessitates the tank swap at the start of phase 3 to keep stacks less than 5. I don't really know what we mean by this. Icicle Impact now has a moving pattern. Stand in the last form. Yeah, hopefully everyone knows the Icicle Impact thing. Basically, they just come down like this, round and round and round in a loop. So if they're coming down like this, you start standing here, and then those start breaking, and then you just move here, right? So like, the whole field basically would be covered. It's going to go like this, basically. Right, what is this? Avalanche. One person gets marked. It will be a frontal column with a knockback. So Avalanche you can use at arm's length. Permafrost is when the floor turns ice and you get slipped around. So permafrost, don't move. Avalanche, arm's length. Let's just try that. Avalanche with arm's length. Permafrost, don't move. Okay, let's see what we got here. To be honest, I'm not really sure when phase 3 starts. I've already forgotten it. Avalanche, don't move. Yeah. Come on, Macon. Get her. Dun, 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 dun. I think what's so good about the music here is it starts quite different. Phase 3 is after the ads. Okay. Is there only one ad phase? Because I was expecting another one to appear. Oh, fuck, I forgot. Oh, I'm getting distracted. Oh, well, that's not a good start. Yeah. Alright, well, we res at a good time there to avoid that mechanic. I guess he's main tank now. I'll get the golems then. Oh, God. Is she going for it already? Okay, hailstorm. Well, I've got quite a lot of juice charged here, which is quite nice. Okay, so grab that one, AoE these two. Alright, I should have them all, and they should all be in the middle right now. And we can do some nice big AoEs here. I wonder if I can bundle them up a bit better. I mean, they're very big, so they don't like walking into each other. But that was simple enough. They all died real quick. The Heavenly Strike. And we just get time to hit her now, do we? Alright, he's on 6 stacks now. 7. But we want her to phase before we tank swap, right? Alright, Jesus Christ. He managed to get up to 7. Embrace the serenity. Renounce the hatreds that consume you. This is so cool. So basically, guys, it's going to freeze. And then she's going to step on. She'll pick one of you. So usually when you get this in a roulette. Yeah, like she picked me there. You get to Joker, like who gets picked. Right, so now I'm going to provoke her. And pull her to the edge. I've pulled her to a random edge here. It'd probably be better if I had a specific one in mind. We're safe. Right, I've got to watch out for the sword and shield here. Don't get too distracted. Oh, fuck. That really battered us there, didn't it? He's still just on staff. Oh, my God. I'm getting hit really hard, though. I don't know when to time these reprisals again. It's like every fight, it's like, when's a good time for reprisal? So here, that's the first one that's going to drop. So I'm going to stand here and step to the right after I see it safe. Right there. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Oh, it's cooking. All right, we're okay. Should I help break this out as a tank? That was all right. Okay, there's the bow, and we needed to just not get coned by it. Free that guy. Okay, so we've swapped. He's still on a billion stacks, though, so this isn't good. I still have no stacks. I feel like I should get back in there immediately, because I'm not stacked up at all. So I'm going to do that. Hopefully that didn't just refresh his timers. God, I don't know whether I should still be scared of the sword and shield. She hasn't done it for ages. I'm alright here, by the way. I like this. This is directly north. There's a bow. What do I do? Stand behind her on the bow? Do I do that? Or does the team make sure that they do that? I mean, they should be doing so anyway, right? Alright, I finally got a bit of a debuff. Holy shit, she's really frosting us away. 10 seconds. Just massive AoE. Look at this. Imagine trying to heal through this. Everyone's just freezing. Okay, permafrost is... Don't move. Shit. Everyone stacked behind, though. Everyone, including me. I'm trying to watch her and see what she does. Oh, I fucked that up badly. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, I see. When you go to the edge, you get ice bolded. I see. That's not picking people like Titan. Oh, I'm dead. Shit, both tanks are down. Oh god. So hold on there. I was trying to avoid all the AoEs, but she cast Avalanche in the middle of it. I'm going to home gang real quick. Oh, we have LB3. We can res everyone if it gets real bad. Hands off the keyboard when the floor freezes. Yeah, but I wanted to avoid the other mechanic. Let me put a net up. Oh my god, I got so much weakness. I'm on the brink of death here. Okay, is she going to freeze the floor in the middle of this? No. Oh god, what about that blue cone near us though? That was quite cool, because she had, like, everyone had to be spread out and in different spots. Oh my god, we've LB3. Did we spend that on damage? I didn't even see. Alright, so what have we got here? Have we got tier 1 Echo at the moment? Or have we got, like... Oh, I'm tethered to someone. I can't move, and I'm tethered to someone. Oh, is that... No, that's the healer, right? That's the fairy thing that sent me. Well, there you go. Wow, we've killed her. Amazing, guys. So how much did the Echo help us there? Was it a lot, or... Because that felt much more simple than some of the others. Well, there you go, Shiva. Oh, amazing, guys. Streamer debuff? Yeah. Just immediately get distracted thinking about other things. The True Ice Degen. Faded copy of Footsteps in the Snow or Oblivion. I don't know which song it is. I'll just grab all of them, I guess. I don't know what has appeared here because we did Extreme. Oh, you covered me. That was what the tether. I see. Oh, man. Paladin is amazing. As an off-tank, you can cover that. Well, I guess I can, like, Black as Night people on... Dark Knight, anyway. You can do stuff. And here you can Nation Flesh them. Oh, amazing, guys. Wow. Well, there you go. There's Shiva. Hold on. Hold the phone, though, guys. Don't leave too quick, if that's okay. Can we go back in now and do it in normal mode with all the cutscenes and everything? So let me just swap. I'm going to leave that party. Let's swap back over to Macon now. Tremor now. And let's get in there and see the story, because she has a lot to say before that all happens. We could have done that one without the Echo. It's very difficult to predict, isn't it? I feel like we could have, yes. Okay, Tremor, in we go. I'm just happy we got to hear the whole song, to be honest. Feels like that one could have been a little bit tighter, but, you know, I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. What was that? 3 pulls? We got a lot of tips given very quickly. Oh, it was awesome, guys. It was really good. So here we go. We're just going to do... I'm so confused. Yeah, the Akka Amphitheater, which they call hard, by the way, I guess, even though there was no, like, normal mode. Shiva, I suppose. This is just normal mode, simple stuff. I'll play DPS this time. And, I'm kind of reliant on you guys to rejoin to do this, just so that we can do it, because I don't know whether Oceanic's up at the moment. Yeah, stretching and resting. Now, this is similar, by the way. This patch is similar to the last one in that I'm currently looking at 4 quests to do after this, and it's the end of the patch. 4 quests, that's it. But last time, there was a mountain of quests to do for that 4. So, who knows? Oh, lordy lord. Okay, so we're looking, once again... Okay, this time for 1 tank, I guess. If anybody wants to. I mean, I can swap. It would be kind of annoying to edit the party finder. Degen is apparently a type of Germanic short sword related to dagger. But that's a very funny sounding name. Well, yeah, it was a red mage weapon as well, wasn't it? So... Why are these all locked up? Oh, that's dungeons. Here we go. Let's see what Shiva actually has to say with all that. See, this worries me a little bit because... in the expansions, let's say we get to the final boss of Heavensward, right? I don't want to skip all the dialogue and shit around him. That's the coolest thing about that. What about the final boss of Shadowbringers? Stormblood to an extent as well, I guess. I want to smoothly transition into these badass fights. All right, anyway, here we go. So look, there's a cutscene stuff.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
So there you go. That's more of a dramatic intro there. All right, and I'll do a quick countdown. Let's kill her, Spuds. Yeah, and I guess the Eden version, it is different, right? When Gaia and and Green comes busting in. I don't want to do it that way. It's still clunky. I should probably just look on a website the best opening ordering. It is interesting to me that they saved Shiva for last in this, or rather, they chose not to do Shiva at launch. And I wonder what the reasoning for that was. Oh, does she have the same mechanic? The guy pointed it away and everything, right? It looked like that giant hit was there. Oh god, we're actually getting battered here a little bit. So I'm going to stay in the middle and start quick knocking. Would it be funny if I'd accidentally put extreme on here? I literally can't because Tremor doesn't have the quest. You only unlock the quest after doing the normal mode. Alright, nice. Holy shit, look, people getting battered. I'm quite enjoying standing at the side, but maybe I'm fucking us up by doing that. I should probably stack, right? Because I'm meant to absorb the health with them. Yeah, I didn't realise the Sword and Shield is a normal mode as well. Yeah, I think I've been screwing the group by not stacking. Oh my god, Guild Wars 2... If Guild Wars 2 taught me anything, it's I should be doing that. Here we go, pick me, Shiva. Pick me. I like to sit before this phase, so I get frozen. Sitting. Oh, if she picked me twice in a row, that would have been amazing. Oh shit, a bunch of us are dying from that. Oh my god. Whoa, guys. Oh dear, we have no healers. Who should we have LB? I think tank, right? Probably. I didn't see what order these are falling. There, I'm alright. I don't want to be in front of her at all. We have no healers. And I have no healing potions on this character. Step up, step up, step up. Ah, there was no way. I mean, I couldn't do anything. We got 2 ninjas and a Dark Knight. Oh no, the healers are back. Wait, what? How did that happen? Oh. Did the summoner raise? Is that a summoner? Can't display plates. Man, having a DPS that can res is huge. It's absolutely massive. I love that we have multiple ninjas here, by the way, which are like the theme of the patch. What is the summoner icon meant to be? Everyone's up, except poor Tremor. But it's okay, I've noticed I've been getting priority on reses from you guys quite a lot, so... Thank you. The cone mustn't be shared in normal mode. Oh, it's reversed in normal mode, is it? In normal mode, you can just sort of stay idle. I see. Well, there you go. There's the downfall of Shiva. And we still don't really understand anything about this story. It's because most of it's in Heavensward. There's a bit in the expansion where you come back into this very arena as well. Oh, she doesn't even say anything. Amazing, guys. Thank you. Thank you for doing the extreme with me. Thank you for staying with the normal. You're all the best. Thank you for the tips. Very cool. I'm so happy we get to do these fights like this instead of the normal experience. And I guess this one was easier, eh? So far, Titan's been the hardest with, who are we just fighting? With Rammer, a very close second. In fact, no.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool.
I guess Rammer is actually the hardest, because we didn't beat it without the Echo. And it's true we didn't beat this without the Echo, but we probably would have got it in one lockout. Maybe that's foolish for me to say. Anyway. What do you think?
You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers.
They've had a couple of hints about the Ishgardians rewriting history already, haven't they? In fact, during the Dragoon storyline, if you guys saw that in the bonus episode, they openly admitted to a lot of that.
And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of Light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the Keeper of the Lake. See with eyes unclouded.
Seek Midgårdssormr?
Do not squander Mother's gift.
Mother's gift? Wait. You mean the Echo? You have knowledge of this?
Hear, feel, think.
Oh, this is quite a good moment, isn't it? Wow. I mean, as soon as you see this, it's like, oh, she really might be an ally. What the fuck? Hydaelyn is speaking to her. But remember, we haven't heard anything from Hydaelyn for ages. Not since Ultima Weapon. Now, there's been no communication. And now for the first time in ages, and think about this, guys, people playing this like as a contemporary product, for them it had been like a year already. A year since they'd heard these lines, and finally they hear them from Iceheart. And the question is, are we in the wrong here now? It's a good moment. So what is all that about? Look how pretty the arena is. The ludicrously cartoony, dramatic Ascian music.
And so the vessel withdraws. A predictable outcome.
Hey, I predict it. This guy's voice is hilarious.
Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
So they're still keeping tabs. I quite like how this game, you know, we've such a big, complicated story, and from the off, they were like, yeah, we're not doing it all in one. This is Shiva's horse. Okay, nice. This is the mount we could have got if we got lucky. I guess there's one for each element, I suppose. It's a good idea that they picked horses, you know, mounts being the big thing or whatever. Yeah, they were unashamed about, yeah, we're not going to tell this whole story straight away. We're going to tell it over a long period of time in the true Final Fantasy fashion and give you a good story in the end, and they did. By the 12, you're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Moonbreather sort of seems like she was trying to get us killed here a little bit. I'm not going to lie. Iceheart did what? And you're certain about that, are you? Javanians are skilled with glamours, after all. Look, if you say what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a primal being someone like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No? Fair enough, I was only asking. Yes, she genuinely became Shiva. Yeah, oh, right. I should point that out as well. We didn't even talk about this. Iceheart became the primal there. They'll probably reflect on that in a second. But that wasn't like we summoned Shiva separately. It wasn't like Shiva was on the board and Iceheart was standing off on the side. She turned herself into Shiva. She became a primal. Which is very interesting. And now that they've established that can happen, oh my god, the story does a lot with that. Particularly in this upcoming expansion. If you ask me, there's naught to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the Rising Stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. But before that, you'd best pay a visit to Whitebrim Front and speak with Alphinaud. He's probably worried sick about you. That, or he's busy playing at politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. See you again soon. Huh. What is she talking about there? I don't remember that. What's this detail? Is she just worried? I doubt it's that. There must be something more to it. Guys, does the Warrior of Light have brain damage already? People joke that the Warrior of Light has brain damage because later in this optional Eden storyline, you basically are asked to recall all of these stories and they're kind of rebuilt, right? You'll see when we do the story. But, or you could just go watch my Twitch run of it, I guess. But anyway, when they're rebuilt, they're very different. Like, almost arbitrarily different. Like, Rama becomes Ixion. No, I'm lying. It has Ixions in the fight. But anyway, they're all very different. And I think people like to joke that we have brain damage or whatever because it's like the Warrior of Light has just a terrible memory. He can't remember for whatever reason. Hey, Kerry. Dodogama mount. Is that... Wait, what's the Dodogama? So we will see how long these last 3 quests are. There he is, and none of the worse for wear. Was there any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? And I think I speak for us all when I should say that nothing more, I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you'd be so kind. Or do we want to say this in front of Emmerich? I'm not sure I trust him. Or her, who still hasn't had a name. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent the further loss of life. An outcome worthy of celebration, says Emmerich. And one for which we have Tremor to thank. Yes, you are right, of course, Sir Emmerich. We should be content with what we've accomplished. Yes, thank you, Alphinaud, always ignoring my accomplishments and pushing them to the side. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there is the matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Gillamont, is the caravan ready? So you'll notice here, you know, she survived. It's because they have plans in the story for her. The supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies that the heretics stole from the House Voltaunt caravan? Less the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. Ow. Oh, and on an unrelated note, Tremor, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? Really? It is not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took her half a dozen knights to restrain him, I'm told. Haurchefant? It must be Haurchefant. Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray do not think less of them. Okay. I like the way he speaks. It was a Monster Hunter Worlds mob, a blue pudgy lizard who eats rocks. The Dodo Gamma. Oh, was it one of the ones you like use the sling on and it drops the rock? It's weird. I've got the itch to play World recently, but at the same time I kind of don't. It felt very long. It felt like a very, very, very long process to go through that game, and I don't know whether it would be that entertaining. But I mean, maybe it would. How replayable are those? Because it's all, that game is like a weird half in, half out, almost like a game as service feeling game, but not quite. It is Haurchefant. What were you thinking, Tremor? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have suffered sufficient forewarning to complete a ritual to summon Shiva anyway? Yeah, good point, actually. I didn't even really think about the fact that we survived. And then, engaging the abomination in mortal combat. By the fury, Tremor, 'tis the stuff of ballads, a battle for the ages. Would that I have been there to fight by your side. Yeah, you might have got tempered, though. Yet I was forced here to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. So Emmerich wished to have words with you and Master Alphinaud in private. He awaits us in the intercessory. Oh, so we are going to talk with Emmerich. In the same room we were in before. Pray go on ahead without me. Another matter requires my attention, but I shall join you anon. Ah, okay. If our business here is concluded, we should attend to Sir Emmerich in the intercessory. Sure. I thought Alphinaud was going to have some cool remark about how nice Haurchefant was there, but no. Okay, in here, please. Greetings, sir. Shall I show you in at once? Yes. It is a giant grind. What Monster Hunter World?
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks.
I say that while doing a Let's Play of this, which is, you know, an unholy abomination to play through.
Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task.
Might not be the last time you have to deal with a primal either.
From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Oh, there's a beta of Monster Hunter Wilds coming on the 31st of this month. Ah, interesting. I think, is that when Dragon Age happens as well, though? Because I think Kerry's going to be playing a lot of that.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Natalan.
Hey, hold on, what? What did I just miss there?
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense.
Natalan? I don't remember hearing that word.
All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy.
Could it be that Emmerich is a real one?
You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
Outlook?
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
Ooh.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
He's almost whispering, it's almost ASMR.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We, too, have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Wait, so he considers Midgårdssormr a party to Dravania? I don't know whether that's really right. The dragons that have got a beefing here are mostly related to just one dragon, Nidhogg.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgårdssormr could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies.
I find it really interesting. People will have seen the Heavensward announcement and been like, oh my god, big dragon expansion, and then immediately they start talking about Midgårdssormr. You might think that this is all building to a giant thing about Midgårdssormr here, but it's kind of not, actually. So we get Midgårdssormr now, really.
Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Am I farming all the Zodiac weapons? No, I'm not. Okay, Alphinaud just accused them, and she finally stepped up.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights?
What sort of man becomes Lord Commander? I don't know.
One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is?
Remember this detail that he doesn't come from good stock.
Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
A buffer state.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease.
I feel like the camera operator had a lot of fun in this, because you've only got so many models and assets, and look, they played around there beyond.
We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart.
I wonder if the old Alphinaud's voice actor ever did like an interview on what he thought about the character. I wonder if he was sad to give him up. It's a bit like with the big voice actor swap with Pokemon, you know, like years later they will still comment on it.
I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Yeah, what is her name?
Lucia, at your service.
Lucia, there we go.
Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies.
This is, this is quite Kamari-ish in a way, you know, like a crucial thing doesn't happen for ages. This whole patch, they haven't given us her name.
Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences.
Okay.
Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Is this specifically calibrated to give us a good shot of her ear? She's related to some characters we've been dealing with, by the way. I mean, like, familiarly related. Yeah, suspicion levels for these two dropping dramatically.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you.
Okay.
Which reminds me, Lord Orshafon, if you would be so kind.
It's funny, both her and Moonbreeder are kind of similar in, like, physical characteristics. Same patch that they came in as well. Be easy to confuse them.
Certainly.
Except the fact, obviously, that...
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem.
They associate with totally different peoples and stories and region.
The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Yeah, just a friend to Ascians.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
There's such a good moment early in Heavensward where they talk about that, and looking forward to that. Like where they very quickly address the Ascian thing, and in a really cool way. All right. Well, how's this investigation into a possibly innocent woman going, and how's the White Aura site going? It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reappraisal of the primal threat, and of our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications if word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Garlean Empire believes that primals are an insufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the Beast Tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then, if it became known that it was not only the Beast Tribes of Eorzea that could summon primals, but her civilized peoples as well. Any lingering objections to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could find ourselves facing the combined might of all Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, Tremor, it is better we continue this conversation more, don't it? Yeah, we have two curiosities about this here. One is that, if there's one thing that can be said for Sir Emmerich, it's that he understands how dangerous knowledge can be in the wrong hands. We're fortunate this incident took place in so remote a location. The truth should not be too difficult to suppress, for now at least. Yeah, there's two kind of weird things. A person turns themselves into a primal. And secondly, it was not a beast tribe that did it. Anyone can do it. Regular ass Eorzeans can do it. It's funny, the only people who can't, I assume, would be Garleans themselves, because they can't cast magic. Is there any cool story about that? I'm really curious about that detail. I love that fucking detail from them. That they became so powerful, but they have this... And, like, what caused all that? Are you two still chatting in the same way as before? I do not fault Sir Emmerich for being less forthcoming with his beliefs. Not even the Highborn are beyond the reach of the Inquisition. Yeah, as we saw in the main story. True, young leaders can be more amenable to new ideas. Then again, their lack of experience and influence can hinder their ability to enact reforms. Good point, Ishtola. There's little fortune and far less fame in being a receptionist, but one must be realistic. Also, it would seem I was grossly misinformed regarding the average earnings of a street performer. Look at this game, man. There's just this mini story where she wants to be a juggler, this one patch. Amazing. Forgive me, Tremor. I thought I'd prepared enough meals for everyone, but the others were most hungry. Yeah, again, you're not feeding me, eh? I like the way that the plate in her hands there, or the tray, look at it, really goes, flips out. It's like she's doing tricks with it. Are you looking for the kids in the pots? No. Our stock of wine have nearly run dry. That Sharlayan scholar is drinking us out of house and home. Oh, is she? Does Moonbreeder like to drink? Carltonet and Hori, once again chatting, the dynamic duo. He's drinking at the moment. Oh my god, what a glug that is. A sip before practice, a sip after practice, and all too often a sip during practice. I do believe Moonbreeder is having quite the bad influence on you. Okay, calm yourself, Carltonet. It's just a little sip of practice. Clears out the cobwebs no end. Brilliant. Are you drunk as well? She is drunk. Trying to tumble the table are we now? Don't give up yet, boy. Ida, line him up. Oh my god, she's outdrank Thancred. He's passed out on the table. Hey, I just got a... You're a pretty... Yeah. Alright. What you two do is your own business. Don't say I didn't warn you. I thought I was going to get a PowerPoint presentation from her. filled with intrigue and revelations. But no, she's drunk. Minfilia, shouldn't you have a handle on this? This is not professional. I'm risking my life against scions, against primals. And what are these lot doing? Juggling, drinking, debauchery in the case of
Words
Thancred.
cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole.
Yeah, hi.
Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthus, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once.
Y'shtola doing that cheek tapping thing.
Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
She did.
Master Louisoix's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
Also, primal souls. See, the primals have souls. They persist, summoned on Earth.
As certain as we can be that good King Mogulmog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Oh my fuck! It's good King Mogulmog. What? How wasn't his name in voice acting at any point? It's good King Mogulmog. It's Mogul! I'm sorry, Mogulmog. I said your name wrong many times. I guess, yeah, why would his race name be in there? I'm sure someone
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
Yeah, he did sober up quick, didn't he? Oh yeah, and I didn't even mention that. Yeah, that's crazy as well, I guess. She became a primal, and she had control of her faculties?
It can't possibly be that easy, can it?
Off with my palm.
There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
Is she special? She can commune with Hydaelyn.
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not, but full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
So hold on, what is the summoner storyline? If summoning in general is really rare, what's the summoner storyline?
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it.
Damn. Oh my god, Cubed with the 20 BGN. Thank you so much, man. Guys, listen, all the memberships and everything earlier, that was so lovely of you all. Thank you very much, everybody. It's been really nice.
Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Here we go, PowerPoint to end the patch.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
As mean as he is to her, she's always up for a...
About Iceheart's final words to you.
Hear, feel, think.
Hear, feel, think.
We still don't really know what she means by all this, right?
Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals.
Did she use that to become Shiva and be fine?
Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth.
So remember, the Echo gives us flashbacks. Did she get a flashback to, like, ancient Ishgard and see the start of the war?
Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Sorry, Minfilia, I totally... I didn't need to say that if she was about to, but yeah.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded.
Yeah, on the one hand, the Ishgardians are saying he's going to revive. And on the other hand, we have her telling us to go visit him.
It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For our mercy, we are well positioned to do so.
Summoner is about how the Allagans turned small parts of Primal's aether that had been absorbed by people that have beaten them into smaller minions that they used to battle them. Oh, wow, it's an Allagan thing. The Allagans knew a lot about Primals. What can we say? They used to trap them, they used to absorb them, they did an awful lot with them.
Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
Eyes unclouded. 2 quests to go, guys. This being one of them. Not too bad, actually. This is not a giga patch. Oh, well, mind you, if we had done 3 hours on Shiva, it would have been longer, actually, than 0.3, wouldn't it? I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgazorma. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few. Do you hear that? The commotion outside. What could be aught amiss? It's because they're all drunk and rowdy. Alright, I'll go have a look. Actually, guys, we're done with the extremes for a while now. The next extreme is not till a good chunk into the first expansion. However, there is lots of co-op stuff to play by way of the Crystal Tower and the Bahamut storyline. Oh, and hell, even in the Hildebrand stuff, there's trials. There just won't be extremes. But we could min-eye level those. Oh, that'll be cool. Min-eye leveling some of those. I've never played those fights, like, properly, air quotes, either. Okay, what's going on? Alphinaud? Tremor, it is well that you're on hand. We have a problem. Royale has escaped. It happened shortly after the Immortal Flames took her into custody. She'd been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain among 2 guards. It is plain she received inside help. Citizens report seeing her quitting the city via the Gate of Nald with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castrum Meriadnum, I'm certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her Imperial masters? Even as we speak, Ilberd and the First are hot upon her heels. Pray make haste to Camp Bluefog and join the hunt. Yeah, but what? I still don't actually know. Alright, and these guys haven't updated. We genuinely don't know, though, whether she's guilty. All she did was try to get herself out of prison. I mean, okay. And we didn't even hear she killed anyone. Oh, alright, maybe I'm reaching here. Maybe she's guilty. Yeah, Midgazorma. They're saying it very weird, aren't they? I'm going to keep going with Midgazorma. I do it with a soft S. Gotta love those S sounds. Ilberd, hello. My thanks for coming, Scion. I have spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Royale walked through the camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through. You did not miss here. We have Rabon's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said, ... As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her, and so here we are. Royale must not be allowed to reach the Castrum. Alright, let's go. Oh, we could just waypoint to the cerulean processing plant, I suppose. What's this quest? Oh, the ultimate ballad we collect there. The unvoiced is correct. I don't know what they're on about. Well, correctness in pronunciation is never what most people think it is. As long as you understand, it doesn't really matter. There's no need to try and police language. You, Hase. Was that really necessary? I had better be compensated for the additional exertion you caused me. There, look at him. He's always going on about money. You're looking at a dead guy here. In fact, wait. What dead guy is that? Oh, we have a little mini duty. Oh. Wonder what this will be like. I thought it'd just be a little bit of walkie-talkie at the end here, but no. This wretch was with Royale. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down. Not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own. The goddamn harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. I would do a more realistic spit sound effect, but I think it would be gross. I don't know how well this this mic is currently picking up my mouth noises. So, I'm not going to huck one back. Don't you guys worry. It'd be insane to do any Alliance raid at min-eye level. Actually, in the Twitch series, I did do that. We did min-eye level the start of the Crystal Tower, but it was brutal to... I want Royale alive. Kill the rest for Eorzea. Oh my god. This is pretty huge. Ha! You will not take me so easily this time, she says. We did. On the Twitch series, we did min-eye level Crystal Tower, the lowest floor. And it was cool. It was much harder, and it was very different. But it was really hard to get a group, and I distinctly remember sitting there waiting to get the group for ages and ages and ages, relying on the matchmaker. And here on Oceanic, that's definitely not going to work out. We did also do... We did full spud groups for the Evilist stuff as well, and we did those on min-eye level. But if I remember rightly, and I might be remembering incorrectly here, I don't think the gameplay was that different on those ones. Did we min-eye level the Evilist stuff, or did we just... I know we formed. We got everybody together to do the Evilist stuff, and it was awesome. As for the Void Arc, I think I just used Matchmaker for that one. And that's it. Those are the only ones I've ever done. I've never done Nier, and I obviously haven't played Endwalker. And the Dawn Trail ones aren't out yet. So there's quite a lot that I haven't experienced there. But yeah, min-eye level Crystal Tower was quite cool. I don't know whether we need to go to that effort since I already have content on the internet of that at min-eye level. I'll obviously, when we get there, open up to people playing it with me. But the thing is, it's a lot of people. You know, I'll be looking for 23 guys. And somehow I don't think we're going to get that. Unfortunately. Right, we should probably kill this guy. It appears to be tethering. Let's be sure here. Defeat Royale and her Imperial allies. So she really is guilty. I mean, look at this. I should have known when they had that cutscene with her just looking like really cruel and stern-faced. It was very on the nose, but it could have been very on the nose to lead me astray, or just, you know, like this game's pretty naked and bare with a lot of what it's doing with the story a lot of the time. Like I remember for ages thinking there might be really cool things to learn from Varys, because there'll be a scene eventually where we. I still remember someone dropped a comment once where he said, "Oh, what a surprise! The character draped in red flags ended up to be bad." And I've been giving him like I've had a lot of conversations as I was playing along, like, oh, maybe this, maybe that, maybe this, maybe that. But you know, it's not that kind of game. It's not that level of storytelling. I mean, to an extent, sometimes it is. But you know, I was just enjoying and expecting things on a different level than I think, you know, some people do. Forgive us our Ignis, says Yugiri. She's here. Oh my god, this is crazy. We're in your debt. I hear this is the scene that we were looking for. This is, you know. Oh my god, Yugiri spoke there. Yuhase says, I've more than earned my coin already. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of people here to defend Royale. What the hell? This is like a massive battle. It's weird doing this and not being able to take aggro particularly. I'm worried how low Ilberd is. I hope he doesn't die. Because that would mean failure. Alright, there we go, we made it. Nice. Holy shit, did somebody just come in and blow all this up, the flames? Bind her! And do it tight! Yes, sir! Well, I want answers. Good work, men. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. What would you know of low? You, a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want? Yeah, that's right. Humble Alphino. People like you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it's your God's given right to rule over others. You know naught of our plight, the injustice that we lowborn Ishgardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we're not people, but resources to be consumed. So yeah, not all is well in Ishgard. You'll see that there's a real underclass there. I did what I had to do to survive. Stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It's no fault of mine if fools imagined me a paragon when I joined the Flames. Yeah, but you could have become one after that. You could have forged a new life for yourself. Ilberd says to hear you tell it, one would think that you're the only person to have ever suffered. And he suffered in his own way, in a different place. In case you have forgotten, Rabon himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth, with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet we never did bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand we had been dealt and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? 'Tis true, we were both mercenaries of lowly birth, and if you remember earlier in the patch, Ilberd even suggested that he'd done some rough stuff. And 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it's that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. Wow. What a good guy. But enough talk. You will return to Uldar to face justice, and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. Yeah. So there you go. Maybe I forgot about this plot because there you go. That's it. We save her and that's it. Well, save her. We apprehend her and that's it. I joined the Crystal Braves that I might strike a blow against the Empire. Those who cast their lot with Garlemald should expect no better treatment. Not so much as a hint of remorse. 'Tis well this sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Rabon chose his. Ooh,
I've heard. Truly bothersome business.
Oh, you know what? Playing through this season, all these scenes here with Teleji and stuff must have come across so boring. Like, what is this? But this is building up the best plot beat, really. This is the coolest thing that happens in this season. So on second replay, it's definitely on any replay, these are definitely way better.
No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Rabon. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night.
Well, I mean, the Omega Weapons bit is quite exciting, I think, to anyone.
You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace.
Okay, what are you up to, Teleji? Does Lolorito know about this?
Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while.
It seems not.
Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
What's he suggesting there? It's interesting they weave that in there. So this is it, guys. This is the end of the patch. Let us cling together. And Rabon is in the picture for some reason. Alphinaud would ask another favour of you. Captain Ilberd and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Rabon, and then that will be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. Thank you. Ah, but I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones and apprise Minfilia of all that's happened. I'm aware that the antecedent held Royale in high regard. For better or worse, she'll want to know how this tale ends. Well, it's not ended really. She's just in custody again, isn't she? Alright, and then Ilberd walking off there. I like the way the UI looked there with the little lock-on icon as Alphinaud walked off. It like faded into the distance. YouTube keeps dying. It's crazy. By that I mean the web page I'm using to monitor the health, etc. of the upload. And it's it keeps just like turning off. You like Teleji? I liked Teleji for sure. Right, these guys all look the same here. Oh, and it's the end. Oh my god, see, look, how is this a quest? This may as well not have been its own quest. This may as well have just been the last objective to the other one. Well, there you go. Let us cling together. Minfilia, this is what has happened. We caught her. Sorry, but she looks guilty.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alphino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say.
Ryu? That's how we're supposed to pronounce that? How was I meant to know that? Ryu?
Together with Robon, Eileen lent us much needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters.
People are complicated, you know, you gotta pick which version of them you want to believe in, I guess. There is no you, there is only a version of you in the mind of everyone who knows you, and it's slightly different each time.
I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Ascians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled.
Ooh, an important announcement? Oh my god, guys, it just dawned on me. We're getting near the end here. Holy shit, we're at the end. It's just 2.5,
My
really.
Thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
Moonbreeder, what do you think?
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with White Auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls.
I guess.
Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether.
Okay. And I guess an Ascian soul is a lot of ether.
Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to Auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength.
So it's a big battery, but it won't sustain the charge for very long.
Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
I like that Royale thing, by the way, because I'm sure the voice actress was asking in the booth, how the fuck do I pronounce this? And they were like,
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
Probably happens 100 times.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
Oh, okay.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
What happened
During
there?
that encounter, Hydaelyn bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy.
I remember, and I thought he was perma-dead then, but no, he's still around.
Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Hydaelyn placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Yeah, since we've not heard anything from her.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Hydaelyn did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
I wonder if, as a voice actor, it's fun doing someone like Urianger. Obviously, it's really tedious and difficult and treacherous. But once you've over that, is it fun? Is it sort of like, because it's not normal?
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Well, hold on, what about the giant crystal that I was reforging throughout the main story?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white auracite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
I like how she was like, oh, nice try. She added a little bit there. Bit of ad-libbing.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
It would seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the Auracite.
So guys, when I think about playing through all these patches when I first did it 3 years ago, and it was really slow and tedious and that. Nearly all of my memory is dominated by this white auracite stuff. Nearly all of it. I just feel like it went on and on and on about the white auracite. I'm now playing back through, you know, I realised it takes a long time to get to the white auracite. Maybe what really happened was that I thought that patch 0.5 was the end, and I was right near the end, and that's what kept going, because I didn't realise that was split in half, and that happens to be with all the white auracite story.
And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands.
Well, she can go there too.
Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
Aye, there you go. Nice. They got the whole place to themselves. Plenty of privacy.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland.
You saw an interview of the VA of Urianger? He liked the tedious nature of the lines. Ah, that's good. A word arrived from Sharlayan. Ah.
You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
So what do we imagine there? Is it just water or what?
Aye. Yet the mystery endeth not with the isle's disappearance.
And they likened that to something of the power of Ultima, if you guys remember.
It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
Holy shit, this is big. Okay, all these people, something major happened, and they were all studying a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining. Now guys, we've heard the Ascians mention the rejoining. What the fuck is the rejoining? I can't believe how good this is. This is like... It's all getting teased ever so... Anyone playing this is going to forget these tiny little details until like way down the line.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God.
This is crazy. This is like the main story. They're suddenly just sort of...
We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
So Minfilia thinks Zodiac has something to do with this. Well, there you go. By the way, I don't even really fully know the answers to a lot of this stuff because I've not played Endwalker. Let us cling together. Oh, well, there it is. I feel like, yeah, they throw the big info right there at the end because they know it's the end of the patch. Oh, speaking of big info, this is probably going to be a good cliffhanger cutscene.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
Huayu.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the Media Project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash.
Okay, so the old Emperor just cared about primals. That was his whole thing. An ally, really, in some respects. Very similar to the Scions. He cared about the primals. He was horrible and ruthless, and he was going to kill everyone in Eorzea to do it, but the primals was what mattered to him.
We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the Primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more Primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
Remember, like, Primals, it's not just the destruction they wreak and the tempering, but they're literally draining the life force of the world as they eat all the Aether.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone.
And we'll find a place eventually that is just absolutely obliterated because of primal activity, and it's near the Empire. It's called the Burn. It'll be like way down the line, but it's a cool place.
In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
I see, so Gaius was kind of acting alone a little bit in his fanaticism here. And so...
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varys Osgalvus.
So this is Varys.
So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
7 hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
I'd like to get news from her directly, just to clear this up.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul.
I feel like this guy's really inconsistent in saying task or task.
And with that, I take my leave.
Okay, this was not the big pump-up cutscene that I thought it was going to be, actually. Oh, it might be now.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monitorous scum. Your crimes will not go unpunished. Today I will purge this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12. I swear it.
That's very extra. Roaring to himself in the hall. Yeah, of course we heard Teleji saying Raban's the only problem here. Oh, now look, we're in the Sultana's quarters.
I shall have no further need of you this day.
Remember earlier I mentioned that her ladies-in-waiting have a role to play in this story?
Your Grace.
Says the lady-in-waiting. That's good. Looks like she's got some, like, glazed, cakey thing down there.
I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees.
Look at this muffin, lovely. Quiche, maybe? Pie? Not
The
sure.
monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
Oh,
If this
Melvin's here as
bickering
well.
is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents.
You can't just get rid of them.
This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve.
I like how when I clicked a second ago there, Melviv very subtly nodded like she agreed with Connie.
In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Ul'dah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Raban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few.
That cake looks really good. The strawberries on it and the cream.
The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people.
It's like Gatto.
But in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the syndicate that must be dissolved.
You might be wondering where this is going. Here we go. Not only the syndicate must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, It was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue.
So they haven't been explicit here. She's going to abdicate. She's getting rid of all of them.
As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request.
So she's the line of Ul, right? Are they descended from one of these other two city-states? Remember, two states formed together to become Ul'dah?
Help Roban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
So, like, if you go back to her short story and stuff, this whole thing about how she feels powerless and, you know, she feels like she's just a puppet and this, that, and the other thing. She's going to choose to step away from it all.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people.
And she's told these two, at least.
Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name.
Remember that scene a minute ago, Teleji saying, be a good little Sultana for at least a little longer?
Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
So will this actually help, or is it just she can't get over the fact she has no power, even though she's supposed to? Let's assume it will help. Alright, there you go. So, next time, guys, is 2.5, which ostensibly is the end, except what they do is they do like 8 quests or something, and then it stops. I don't really know the story. I'll try to look it up. I don't know whether there were development constraints or what. But 2.5 kind of comes in 2 halves, so ultimately there will be 6 patches. Just like, you know, Guild Wars 2's Living World Season 2 was. Of course, the timing and stuff was all very different, as we've seen. But yeah, so next time it'll be 2.5, but we just sort of like do a bit of it, and then it goes away. But yeah, overall, the story of 255, all this shit is going to come together, everything. The Midgårdssormr stuff, the abdication stuff, the Crystal Brave stuff, you know, the Moonbreeder and the White Auracite thing. The Isle of Vow, I don't think necessarily comes to much, but 2.5 is crazy. They end on a real bang at the end of all of this. It's a very, very, very cool cliffhanger for the first expansion, and a big moment for everyone and everything, really, that we've been dealing with. So it's good stuff, and I hope you to join me there next time. I may do a bonus episode as well, in which we level Ninja and do the 2 dungeons that we missed. That might be cool. You know, that feels like sort of the scope of a bonus episode. But I would have to level it off screen and do the quest in one big bowl, in one big bash, which might be doable, actually. I did it a few times earlier in the series, so we'll see. But there you go, guys. Thank you very much for watching. So this is about 6 hours today. It's been lots of fun, as always. Thank you so much for the company. Thank you for the donations earlier and the memberships. That really means a lot to me. It's really nice to sit down, you know, spend a few hours and feel like you've earned a little bit out of it or whatever. So thank you, everybody. Thanks so much. And I'll see you on the next one. Let's not labour the point too much, because obviously it's a playlist, and some people will just be able to click to the next one straight away. I'm going to get some food, not a Baconator, but something. And Hildebrand and all that, don't worry. We'll talk about that as we go along. Thank you, everybody. I hope you have a nice day. Enjoy your evenings, and I'll see you next time. It's been a pleasure, guys. Take care now. Bye-bye. Why are we breaking?